but here I am. 'Cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. still gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. Traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. something to hold on so gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my funland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. Traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my funland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. something to hold on still gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. still gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Hello guys, welcome to the Battleknights Project India Season 1. We're in the grand finals. It's been so long, so many days, so many players have played so many games, really good matchups here. We've had so many different compositions here, and we're already in the grand finals here. 2 teams remaining. We will have a best of 7, but before that, I'm your caster, Linwell, and joining me today is none other than Jenny.
Hi, Lino. How are you? I'm very excited for the finale. I hope that our viewers are as excited as us. And so we request you to share the stream as much as possible right before the game starts.
Indeed. And here we have 2 teams already with us. ABM in the blue side and Kala JADU on the red side. For this game, however, we've had ABM taking victory over victory with their compositions and really good drafts. Have been able to counter a lot of good meta picks, and Kala JADU is not one to be messed with. We've had their early game potential, and snowballing has been so amazing, and they've taken win after win, defeating their victories opponents, and it's gonna be 2 massive titans clashing with each other. And I'm just gonna be all for it in the draft phase.
Well, Lino, as far as I'm concerned, it seems that you have watched both the teams play almost every game. So would you like to tell me, like, what are their strengths, both the teams, like their strength in their picks and all?
Well, okay, so let's talk about Kala JADU first. Okay, Kala JADU has been very good in taking compositions which involves in the early game phase. The Kaja with the gangs, including with either an assassin jungler or Basha, which has been so good when invading jungles. And they always ban out the crucial frontliners or damage dealers who will be a menace to their comps. So they've been able to play this flexible compositions always. And if their enemy team comp goes for a different strat, they always have a different game plan in a sense. We've seen with the Arlud Flicker combo, which was just amazing and taking down really good teams. And meanwhile, the other team, ABM, has been able to, upset the meta. Usually you'd go for certain picks, but they've just been able to take different heroes, like, for example, Hanzo, Nana, and Aldous, and then work with it and somehow win games through that. It's a bit of a troll pick sometimes, but it always counters the enemy composition, and they've just been able to snowball and get a dominating victory over their opponents. It's a huge avalanche, when you compare it to other teams.
Well. So far, from what you've said, it seems like we're gonna see some neck-to-neck performance from both the teams. Well, it is best of 7, right? So, out of that, what kind of ratio are you expecting from them?
Well, I'm thinking it could be in favor to whoever takes the first game, because MLBB is all about a game about momentum. So if you win that first game, the next game you're just gonna have more motivation, and if you lose it, you're most of the time your train of thought is pretty hard to manage, especially since not everyone's a pro player or have gone against these scenarios where you go against the same team again and again. So I think it'll be up to the team which has the better mental, especially since it's a best of 7, and both teams are very aggressive early game comps. So I think I'll have to go with Kala JADU with this one.
Wow. So you're expecting Kala JADU is going to be more stronger, to play more stronger in comparison to ABM, right? Well, I've seen that in this tournament. I've seen some really unexpected drafts. I've seen Angela Mage as well, which is okay. People do pick Angela in tournaments as well, but I haven't seen Angela being picked as a mage in any tournament before. So yeah, I'm expecting a lot of surprises still, even though it's the finale, right? As for me, I've seen Apex and I've seen Alim featuring Aldous play before. Even in his name, he have this Aldous name because I think he's an Aldous main, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. So are you expecting him to play Aldous in this tournament?
Well, most definitely. I think they're gonna go for an Aldous strat, considering the recent buffs to Aldous, where he gets 10 stacks instead from the siege minion. So I believe Apex will able to do a lot in this game, unless Kala JADU comes up with a counter draft for that strat. But since ABM's already expecting that. They're already Apex might go for the Aldous play, so the drafting might be a counter draft also. I don't know. It's all about those mind games. We're gonna have a lot of heroes open also, considering both teams will be doing their homework. I presume. So there will be a lot of heroes who aren't usually open in your normal scenario. So like the drafts is gonna be from the first round itself. I'm just expecting a lot from both teams.
Yep. Well, I think we're about to start real quick, right? But it's the finale, guys. Come on, it's the finale. A little bit of intense moments, like what you saying? Wait. It's okay to wait for a little because it's the finale. Maybe after tomorrow, I don't know when the next tournament is gonna start. So guys, before it starts, I would request all of you to share as much as you can. Get all your friends over here, get them involved in the tournament because we're gonna bring more. Okay, let's make the community grow as much as possible. Also, let's make the finale more interesting by adding more people up to the tournament, right?
Indeed. Yep. As you said, without further ado, let's move on to the drafts. I'm guessing since both teams are ready here, and it's gonna be ABM on their first bands, I think. So, as you've seen some of these compositions here, Jenny, what do you think they're gonna go for?
Well, I'm not very well aware of what the other team plays in this tournament. What are their strengths? So it's probably going to be respect ban at this time of the tournament because it's a finale. They don't want to give them their. But okay, you tell me, is Kadita one of their priorities?
Well, okay, it is. Invoker is really good with the Kadita. So they are suspecting, they don't want that early game pressure from a Kadita. And the damage from a Kadita is just so much, even to a tanky comp. With the rough waves, you're just able to dish out so much damage. And you combine that with the Petrify and S2 composition, you're able to pick off so many potential targets, which Kala JADU has been able to do so in a lot of their matchups, where they get 2 or 1 heroes out of the enemy team and start team fights, and they have the advantage with 5v4. And so they don't. I'm suspecting ABN don't want this to happen, so they're getting that rid of early on the board.
Okay. That's understandable. On the other hand, they're going for a Fredrin ban. Well, Fredrin hyper hurt these days. Has ABM been picking Fredrin a lot? I have no idea, but is that a respect ban?
I think it's a ban for both teams, because you don't really want the Fredrin. So the banning phases which we've seen in this tourney has been either getting rid of the frontliners, which have been meta, or really target bans, like for example the Kadita, the Fanny, which are very strong in their roles. Fanny just able to do so much damage, just pick off the backline. And and most of the players in this tourney are really good with Fanny, so they're just able to do so much with their cables and avoid so much, even bait certain skills. I'd say, like there is a time where I forgot, but a certain player played Fanny and bait out the Turissal's penalty zone, which made their team just have a huge advantage going to the team fight.
Wow. That's great, right? And you just mentioned penalty zone, and penalty zone is banned already. So they're gonna pick the first pick. And what are we expecting?
Well, for first pick, usually it's gonna be a mage, or either that, or I think it's gonna be a priority pick, which you're comfortable with. Jay
Yeah.
here is still hovering. It's not showing any info yet, though might even be an early jungler pick. But no, never mind. Yep, it is a mage pick. The Novaria just able to do so much with her kit. The vision, the damage, even astral beacon, so good in revealing and enhancing your team to just do so much. There were times where Asuna on the Novaria just revealed the enemy location completely, and this just enabled them to take objectives like the turtle or lord. Because as in the enemy team, you don't really want to engage when you have the Novaria's debuff on you.
Well, expected. I really expected it's either going to be Novaria or that X-Borg, but then Novaria is very important because she can give you a lot of vision. She won't let the enemy try and gank you, camp at you. So, yep, it definitely has an upper hand. Also, it's a good trade. I think X-Borg is also very good as a hyper these days. Also, if to counter the Novaria, you tell me how successful a Eve can be while countering a Novaria.
Okay. Well, there aren't really that many mages that have the advantage on the Novaria. Usually it's just like burst mages. Yves is more of like a counter engage mage, or setup mage, where you need someone else to have the ability to use your ultimate safely and then get rid of those enemies. But Invoker has been using Yves in a very unique sense, where he used it either to get space over certain objectives. Like, for example, they want to push a turret, he'll ult there and get the advantage over there, force the enemies to get back, and get the turret for his team. And using that techniques, you can apply that even to Turtle, even to Lord, and even specific areas of the map. But they will get countered though by Alim here on the Esmeralda. And so far, it's seeming a bit of a balanced draft. Though over side of ABM, they do have a bit more flexibility, already locking in their damage dealers and priority picks. Whereas in the side of Kala JADU, they do have their frontliner jungler and mage also, but will require them to pick a certain roamer.
All right, all right. Well, I have to say the draft's been going really interesting so far, and they have banned Kufra. I actually expected a Kufra ban earlier than this, right? But okay, they've banned it already now, and so this leaves them still with many options. But Basha Hyper, all right, Basha Hyper, is that Basha Hyper been picked because of that Esmeralda or other reason?
Well, that could be too also, but from
Yeah.
side of Kaljadu, they really like to do their invades. So they've been doing Basha invades with the help of Kalja, but you see Kalja got banned here from ABM. So they did do their homework here on the side of ABM, but it will be up to Vale here for the final ban, possibly, get rid of certain targets, which side of team ABM hasn't shown. Maybe a jungler even, which could be a menace to your team comp. Because if they go for a tanky jungler also alongside the Novaria and Asma, it'll be slightly harder to invade.
Yeah. Well, AM still has to pick their hyper, and also they are trying to take out hyper options as well, and they just ban Hanzo, right? They tried to take out options for hyper as well as tank by banning both Kufra and Hanzo, but that's another ban coming in from ABM, and they do not have a marksman. Okay, are they going to be targeting marksman?
That could likely be so, but no, never mind. Okay, Angela here. That's a really smart ban considering you don't want the Angela or Kaja to invade your jungle and lose that leverage. You want to keep those farms. So this is pretty smart coming from both teams here. I want to point out the Vale banning the Hanzo was pretty smart as well, considering side of Jay has been using the Hanzo a lot, and they've been dominating teams with the Hanzo combo, and which a lot of teams have been struggling with. And Hanzo is not like your typical assassin jungler. He can clear the jungle pretty fast. So even if you get an invade with his S1, you can just devour the buffs and get secure it before the enemy invades.
Yep, totally agreed. And they have picked Carry as a marksman. Also, Leomord on the hyper against that draft. I'll need your opinion on that. But then they also have a last pick. They are still yet to pick a tank. What are you expecting as their tanker?
Okay, it's gonna be the Grog, I think. Yeah, because Grog just allows you to be either aggressive or counter the enemy's aggressiveness. Because the wall charge has this crowd control immunity, which isn't that much necessary though. Oli would be there to immune the Bastia, but his damage is not one to be messed with, especially in the early game phase. You have the wall charge damage, and you add that with the for a nature attack from S1, and it's just gonna be reduce you even to half HP, even deal a lot of damage to tanky units. Plus, the stun is a lot. So positioning wise, as the Yves, you're gonna have a really hard time against a Grok, since he's able to have so much movement speed and even slow you down, deal a lot of damage too. And since Yves doesn't have a dash, the wall is just going to be a huge hindrance and force Invoker to use a flicker a lot.
Definitely. Well, the draft's been really interesting in this first match itself, right? The pressure is on for both the teams because whoever wins has, will have that confidence for the next match. So, okay, a chow for that backlight on the Claude. Will that hurt at Chopping? Will that hurt that Claude? What do you expect?
Yeah, okay. It might hurt. It's a hit or a miss because every Cho user is pretty good. Also, especially in this higher elo, Ari has been very good with landing his Flicker S1 combos and Wave Dragon for even kicking out any potential threats. And I'll be excited to see if he manages to kick Leomord out of his ultimate form, as in before the horses reaches him. It's just gonna be funny to watch. But yeah, okay, one last point to talk about, I guess, Jay here on the Leomord is a pretty balanced pick. Has decent damage, good finisher, mobility is there, and has the tankiness with the ult form also. But they'll struggle slightly a bit for the carry. So I'm guessing there's gonna be a lot of aggression in the goal lane.
Definitely. Well, I'm very, very excited because, the drafts it's a very balanced draft. It's a very interesting one on top of that. But if you have to side with one, right, which one would you pick, the blue or the red?
Well, this time I think I'll have to go with ABM. I'm a bit biased towards the Grok picks because Grok is such a good tank and even setter and does so much damage. So I feel he's slightly a bit underrated in most draft picks. So seeing Apex here on the draft is on the Grok is just going to be amazing. As we move on to the Land of Dawn, more teams marching down their lanes. They might have a bit of funnel strat here from the side of JADU, while ABM focuses on only 3 on the jump.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at that Grok already trying to go just be a disturbance to their blue buff, while the Bash is coming in for an invade on the red buff, while Leomord is there alone taking it, but then Grok comes in for a backup. But it's just gonna be a little bit of cold war there, and they're gonna disengage, obviously. But that's a lot of damage being taken by the Chow, and he will back up. It's a disengage. Well, I can already see some aggression coming in from Team Red.
Yep, indeed. JADU forced to back off. As I mentioned, Grok is just so good in countering an aggression, especially since he does so much damage. And you don't really have divers unless the Cho could go in. But, he's still being a hindrance right now. Resetting the red buff here for JADU. Apex, such a Chad in this sense. It goes down to a lot of HP there. Will be taking a bit of damage, but will be able to survive, I believe so. As the rest of team ABM here gather for a potential skirmish in the Lito, perhaps. But never mind, it's taken already.
Yeah, well, I think a total fight will be interesting at this moment, but have a look at Shell's positioning there and going in for the Novaria. Well, she's not gonna die, but then, he is playing smart.
Indeed. Really good vision coming in from both teams here, especially from JADU. Really good poke here. But Jay is going to be really well positioned for this fight here. The ultimate going in onto Venom, going to have a lot of HP. Will be hooking down a lot. Venom trying to escape, will successfully do so. Haruka here with the gank, doing a lot of damage, and that's first blood going to Haruka for side of JADU. But last insanity goes in. Asuna will be able to escape though with the S2 mobility. And here Cho trying to recall, but will be forced. Apex has just been an annoyance here, poking down and just denying so much time for side of JADU.
I did not expect that first blood. I did not expect Leomord to go down there. But okay, this leaves them with a chance to Okay, he is back, and they are trying to get a blue buff on, but no. Baxia takes it down, while Leomord is still on the blue buff, and they have already started the turtle.
Yep, indeed. He'll have to come back for this as the rest of team ABM are positioned really well. Level 4 not red, and here the horse, Phantom Horse goes, and Haruka will. Okay, Jake secured the turtle. Apex on level 4 might be actually war charged, but Array here positioned really well. Would not go for anything. Venom here trying to back, and the rest of JADU will be forced to back for this engage. Although Array is trying to do a re-engage here, Apex being kicked into his own tower. I guess that was a failed combo series. But yeah, a bit forceful on the end of JADU for that. But they will be able to back though. Never mind, Red Tree being used by Venom and able to steal that red buff.
Wow. Have a look at the top lane with a Claude versus Carry, and oh my god, that one is by the Gross goes and finishes her off, but then that's double kill for Carry. Wow, she actually profited from it, I mean.
Yeah, indeed. JADU getting the advantage. 2 kills though. So we're trying to invade a bit the carry, but not successfully done so. She has this flicker and mobility to do so.
Oh wait, have a look at the Chow. Have a look at the Chow. Will there be a kick when? Yup.
Alright.
Oh no.
No, he doesn't go for it. Okay, this is really smart positioning though, because later on in the team fight, he's just gonna enable them to have so much more control over it. Venom here trying to go in for Radium. Radium with the blazing duets will be able to clear this minion wave, trying to go back. Still fighting, and Wall Charge comes in. The kill going on to the Nori. Asuna with a double kill. Will try to go in for more though. Venom is caught in a bit of tough spot. Radium trying to melt them down. I say he is a Basha though, so he's really tanky. But we have Alim here all the way from bot lane coming for an engage. Will be melting down Invoker to a lot of HP, but he will be able to survive, I believe so. No, dies to the flame shot from Asuna, getting a triple. Although no mention, while the rest of JADU will be trying to defend this turret here for a re-engage possibly. They'll try to do a bit of damage, but the Phantom Steed will be used to sort of back them out a bit.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot that happened in the top lane. Very unexpected. I really thought that Claude was going to go down there with that GG positioning coming in and engage, especially from the Chow. But that turnaround, also, they are going in for the turtle right now, and there's no one to compete for that, while Baxia is going in for the red of ABM. So it's a turtle and red buff trade. What do you think about this trade?
Okay, I mean, I guess he was in a bad position as well. And considering JADU, you know, they don't have the advantage in that specific turtle lane, so they got other objectives as well. And that is a benefit as well, but Carry here will be seen by Esmeralda. I thought he was going to go for it, but doesn't you go for it instead. And falling star here by Alim though. It's 1v1 a carry, not ultimate there to do so. Venom here with a re-engage will be doing a lot of damage and possibly bursting him down. Alim so low on HP and will be taken down instead. Venom getting the kill, but Array here trying to set up instead. Jay with the Phantom Steed will be not going in. So it's a bit of a waste of skill, but he's doing a bit of damage. And here you see in the bottom lane though, Claude Radium here on a lead here will be forced to get a bit of util here. Venom trying to gank it, but S2 will be perfect to dodge it, and he'll be melted down. Apex here on the re-engage. Wall Charge might be used. Really great uses of the wall. Radium melting him down. Venom getting taken down to very low HP. Still surviving though. This Blazing Duo is coming on from side Radium here. Haruka with the last insanity, melting down the carry, but he will be able to escape, and Ari trying to escape, but Navaria with a flame shot getting the kill onto Haruka, but that will be Apex taken down instead, and the rest of Team JADU will be backing off from this engage. But look at the ABM, they've been taking objectives on the side of lanes, getting the mid turret. Jay with the Phantom Steed will be stealing his blue buff as well.
Oh, Radium, he's melting that Basha already. Also, Esmeralda that time near the enemy's red buff, he almost got that carry down unless there was backup from Basha. But again, Esmeralda versus Basha, they're in the mid lane, and carry will not be backing up. They are not looking for a fight. As you can see, ABM is playing really aggressive right now, while JADU, they are not that much aggressive. They are playing passive. I think they're trying to get their items and farm a little bit more, and then come around for the fight.
Indeed, and this turtle will again be taken by the side of ABM. But looking at JADU, you know, you really want to take these fights as well, considering Claude is just going to get stronger and stronger. but it is a bit difficult there considering the Phantom Steed and Esmeralda. Such a huge manage to deal with here. Veil already on half HP. Jade trying to go in for this, but will be denied by the ultimate from the end. We have Venom here going in for an engage. Jay being multi-tapped to half HP. Venom with a poke, dealing a lot of damage. And Array possibly could go for the Wave of the Dragon, but doesn't force to do so. Apex with the wall charge, not doing any damage there. Just a bit of poke. Haruka with a bit of poke here. Wall charge knocking up 2. Array going down to real low HP. Wave of the Dragon coming on, but it gets immune. Last Insanity is not popped yet. It does. Okay, Radium being taken down instead. Also, we have Alim here with the gang. Will be able to take down Veil, I presume. No, Wall denies that from side of his own teammate. Haruka being the only one last frontliner here, getting melted down. A lot of damage being dealt, and immortality is being used. Venom trying to take it down and gets a shutdown onto Novaria. Asuna taking this loss, but will be traded by Alim with the Starfall. And Haruka just backing off, getting a bit of a loss from that. But that is a trade coming from both teams.
Wow, that was a lot to catch up. I mean, they were going down one by one. I mean, this team, that team, all right. But I have to say, in this draft by ABM, the squad is being more helpful to them than the Leomord, than the Hyper itself. Don't you agree?
Well, I think so. Maybe Apex did manage to let the mage escape with his wall. But yeah, I think there was a bit of miscommunication. Happens sometimes, even to the best teams. But Call of JADU will need to somehow bring it back, possibly. They've lost a lot of map control, a lot of turrets, and objectives as well. So I'm possibly seeing a Turtle Lord take, but the side of ABM here, getting the top lane turret as well. Will be forced back here. Venom with a re-engage. Arya here, giving a bit of vision, though they are a bit clumped up. And the side of ABM are instead focusing on the Lord. Leomord here won't be caught on yet. As Arya here trying to set up a bit for his team. Venom possibly going in for an engage. Wheel is turning in, and it goes on the J. Never mind, it's a Duke, and it's a re-engage. Okay, and Wave Dragon not coming out yet onto a Radium. Will be kicking back J though. Haruka melted down to a lot of HP, and we have Array being taken down. Haruka also might be taken down, but look at Alim. He's so low on HP. Will be able to escape here. Venom melting down Asuna, dealing a bit of damage. The Radium going with the Blaze Duets, melting down Veil, and dealing a lot of damage, but he will back off, and Apex will be trying to secure it with a wall, but his bit minutely dodged here. Radium still going in, but Venom here trying to get the Radium, but doesn't successfully do so, and will be recalling for this defense.
Okay, and the Claude is already on the Lord, and so far there will be no fight because Chow's coming, but that kick wasn't helpful at all. That's Leomord might get picked up by the Basha, but no. Okay, they are not going for that. Also, meanwhile, the Lord has been taken by ABM. That gives them another opportunity to push more and get stronger actually. While that Esmeralda and Leomord, I think they were just trying to distract them so that the Claude can take the Lord pretty easily without any counters.
Yeah, and it was perfectly done so as well. And ABM's just, widening the gap, getting more of an advantage. There's a 10k gold lead here. And, you're going to have a really hard time since they have a Claude with the Blazing Duets, who is your only answer to that. It's usually only the show with the Wave of the Dragon, but he does have the Purified immune that it is on cooldown right now, 10 seconds. But I think they'll be ready for the team fight in the mid lane here. As Radium here getting a bit of stacks and trying to go in. It is a level 1 Lord, and they will be focused on the bot lane instead. Radium melting their Haruka to a lot of HP. Lord still half HP. Jay with the Phantom Steed doing a bit of damage, but Lord will go down. And the rest of Team ABM might not be able to go in because their comp is not exactly strong in diving turrets. And Apex here just giving a bit of vision and poking them down.
Yup, well, the Lord is marching in and they are pressurizing that mid lane while Grog just roaming around with that's a lot of damage coming.
Wave Dragon being used.
The kick on the Chow. Okay, that was turn around. Yup.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and Jay will be going with the Phantom Steed, I think. Apex though stuck in a really weird spot and will be melted down by Veil. Haruka going with the last Insanity, dealing a lot of damage, but won't be able to hit anyone as Alem here is being forced back instead. Radium trying to get someone, and the scale is already seen as we saw the goal difference here in the damage done by Venom, Radium here, and Venom's just melting down. Barsha, who's having a tanky build. But it's even with the Blade of Despair and even with the Blade Armor, you're taking so much damage, and that is sort of mirroring, and you're getting it back. But at that point, the rest of Team ABM also has their equivalent damage, and it's so hard to face tank in this scenario.
Well, that was really funny when Chow came in and he tried to kick that Grog, all right? And instead got all the issue. But then Esmeralda got picked out, got off guard alone in the bottom lane. It's a little too much to handle, like 1 versus 4 in the bottom lane. So obviously, well, the Novaria is dealing a lot of damage, by the way. And I think we're going to see another, fight, like massive fight during the Lord, and the Lord will be here in just 15 seconds.
Yeah, and look at the ABM's positioning. They're really ready for this. We have Jay here posted up on the side of mid, giving a lot of vision, and playing a bit passively. Arsenal is scouting some of these, but Call of JADU taking advantage of this. Might go for a split push here. Jay getting knocked up, and Wave Dragon coming in, and will get melted down. Invoker taking him down instead. Veil doing a lot of damage. The rest of ABM need to answer this. They are jungler down. They will need to try to get it back. And Array here trying to scout out a bit. Arsenal will detect but the real manipulation will come in, and Iceberg Haruka takes him down. Instead, Call of JADU with the advantage currently will need to melt down this Lord, as the rest of team ABM will be able for this. Apex here with the wall charge flicker, but won't be able to get anyone, and gets melted down by Veil instead. And Alim also getting Radium here with the Blazing Duets. Will get cancelled though by the Wave Dragon and forced back, and he gets taken down instead. Double kill for side of Veil, even securing the Lord in the process.
Bro, that was legit black magic out of nowhere. They got a Leomord, right? Then they got the Novaria. That was 2 down. Easy Lord. Claude came in. Claude down as well. Wow. The game just turned around. And, well, the defense. Okay. The Leomord, okay. I really thought they picked him up again, but it's fine. They can defend it, right?
Indeed. Possibly might be able to do so. But the concealed play being used here. Alright, with the flicker S1. Won't be able to find anyone though. And Apex getting a huge knock up. Alim here in the front lines will be able to melt down perhaps the carry, and gets a shutdown onto Veil. Much needed shutdown. But Venom here will be on the revenge, trying to melt him down. S2 missing though, and won't be able to do enough damage. Argo here with the comeback. Lore is still in the top lane, and we will have Leomert for that perhaps. And no, it's Instead, Alev takes down another member of Call of JADU. Only Venom and Haruka left. Alev trying to survive, stalling as much as possible for his team, and will get taken down in the process, though Lord will be defended by Jay in the top lane.
Wow, their name suits them. This is legit black mage. I don't know what they did just right then. But yeah, I'm enjoying this so much more now. There's more competition right now, and there's time for the next Lord. So the turrets are almost same. It's just 1 turret down. They didn't lose any inhibitor yet, APM, while Call of JADU lost 1. So okay, that's Shao on the Novaria. Will he kick her? Not yet. Let's see.
Yeah, okay. Just feel each other now. Just doing a bit of poke, vision giving granted. Venom here will be going on to the Mario though. Arsenal being forced to back though. And Apex, zoning him a bit here. The rest of Team ABM will be ready for this team fight, I presume. Bot lane is getting pushed though, and they will need to answer that as Claude goes in bot instead. And the rest of Team Call of JADU are just so ready for a team fight. They have their lanes clear. They are in a good position, and they're just, Ari has just been able to mark certain targets so well. Although got shut down by Apex, though once or twice a bit, so you'll need to focus on that. And maybe not force too much team fights. Though you're taking a lot of map control on the right side. Lord is spawning in a matter of few seconds, possibly 30. But the rest of Team Call of JADU is nowhere to be seen. They're all on the right side. Maybe trying a backdoor. I'm not certain.
Yeah, well, in this match, because of the draft, because of that Novaria, Kala Jadu, they have to be really, really careful with their positioning because Novaria can expose everyone. Like each and every of her skill give them vision, right?
Indeed.
So yeah, it's not gonna be easy for that show to go on and get the claw from the backline. Also, there's a fight between that Esmeralda Alim versus Haruka in the top lane, and that Esmeralda Alim is so tanky as of now. But then Baksha trying to get it from the backline, going straight in for the Novaria mega kill by that Borg on that Grok, while Venom was chasing the Novaria. Carry takes down Plot as well. That's Leomord, Jay chasing down that X-Borg, but he's still on the shield and he will definitely be going down. Okay, not yet. My God, bro! What a turnaround! That Jay is being chased by that Basha instead, while Esmeralda, Alim being chased by Chow. Right then, she will be getting kicked, I suppose, but no, she will be going down, and this is gonna be easy peasy Lord for Black Magic, bro. Black Magic. I'm gonna call them Black Magic from now on.
Indeed. Venom here, try to start it a bit. Asna, give me a bit of vision though. And from side of the ABM, it's a really tough spot as considering Black Magic has been able to take this victory, and they've just been able to mark down these targets so well. Especially props to Haruka, really good zoning and really good ultimate here, and even marking down the Leo, forcing him to use the ultimate a bit early on. Lord going down to half HP. Asuna with a bit of vision, but Retribution will be spear and Whip Dragon coming in from. Alright, never mind. This goes for it. Radium trying to go, and last standing being used by Haruka. Zona Apex slightly a bit, and they will be falling back, getting ready for this Lord push. The rest of Team Call Jadu just waiting, for this perfect opportunity to end the game.
Wow, this is exciting because the game is getting more and more intense. They secure the Lord and the Lord is marching from the bottom lane, and Chao is trying to get a pick on that Claude or Novaria if possible, but obviously there's no chance for them to camp because they have Novaria. But okay, do you think they will be able to defend this Lord?
Well, it is possible since Claude deals a lot of damage, but this is an enhanced lore, level 3 lore. It's just gonna be so hard for side of Call of Duty to do. For side of ABM to do much. As in top lane, even Haruka is just keeping the jungler busy and gets a shutdown instead. But there is their main frontliner gone. Venom will be trying to go in. All of them here being forced to get a lot of lockup. Venom here trying to go in, doing a lot of damage. The Invoker will be able there to take down the back line. Radium getting melted down and gets taken down instead. We have Vale trying to push in. Alim here trying to focus in, and for the rest of Team Call Jadu will be able to attack the base, and that is game for game number 1. Jenny, just break it down.
Wow. Wow, that Venom, that Baksha, bro, he went in and did not even let him do anything. He literally failed them. That is legit black magic, bro. The game turned around just like that. Right? That was so. I think it all started when they took Jay down, and right after Jay, they got that Esmeralda, I guess. And they could take the Lord really easily because both Esmeralda as well as Leomord was down, and the game changed.
Indeed. And what I like to highlight also was Venom pretty smart in the last end. Had the immortality and just face tank the third damage, to give as much as HP to the minions and the Lord as possible for ending the game. Because even if they went down, the Lord and the minions would be there to attack the base. And they successfully did so. Looking a bit on the stats though, Invoker with the 83% team fight participation, hero damage 33%, 90k. It's just amazing damage coming from side of Invoker. For Call of Jadu, a lot of damage being done, a lot of map being controlled, even with the real manipulation, able to take down a lot of people in the backline, and just with the slow and the damage, it's just so good. You combine that with the Ice Queen 1, it's just so good from side of Call of Jadu. The Veil is also not one to mess with, as it's been able to mark down those frontliners for side of ABM, Meltdown, Alim, Apex, and even Jay. Sometimes even the squishy heroes, Radium, has just been able to force, to use the Wind of Nature early on while you're casting the Blazing Duets. And that's just been enabled to get Veil buys more time to deal more damage, because Radium's forced to use the Wind of Nature so early on, so Veil can just shred him later on. Doesn't even go for the Wind of Nature at this point.
Yeah. You know, it's funny that both of us sided with ABM for that Grok pick, for the
Yeah,
Novaria pick, but then yeah, our theories failed, you know, for the way they played. And actually, the draft was pretty good because that Basha, that X-Borg, Esmeralda played really good Aldos. Oh, sorry, Alim featuring Aldos, but then the way he got counter later, couldn't handle the damage, right? So it was a lovely game, but this is not the end, guys. This is only the first match. This is only the first match, right? This is best of
indeed.
7. There's more to come. There's more intense fights and moments coming in. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next match, right, Lino?
Indeed. And just before we go, I want to point out one last thing.
Okay.
As I was thinking, Apex would go for a hybrid build, like semi-damage and semi-tankiness, because that's just gonna make carry build more tanky items, which you didn't go for in this game. So that was a bit less of a threat, and used the wall charge more of a disengage from coming from array. And Grok, you want to play him more on the aggressive side. So then I guess in this match, since they do have the carry and the export, didn't allow him to do so. But yeah, that will be game going for first game going to the side of Call of JADU. But will ABM be able to make a comeback in the next game? Ban out their potential crucial heroes and maybe possibly make this tournament go for a bit longer. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see, as we'll be right back after a short break. And this has been Linwell and alongside Jenny casting along. And we'll be right back. Yeah, go grab some popcorn, guys, get some drinks, and stay tuned.
I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mind at fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here
but never mind. Haruka is with the ban instead. Yeah, this is College JADU with the first bans. Never mind. Getting rid of that Freyden early on, which is a bit of a similar thing we saw in the previous game, Jenny.
Yeah, well, honestly,
No audio,
yeah,
by the way.
there's no audio.
Yeah.
Why is there no audio?
Oh,
Are we supposed to speak then?
Your team is
BT.
harness it.
Let me check.
Wait, no, it's BT. Like
Is this fine now?
BT, check audio. Thanks, flash mod.
Is it my Discord or
But
no? My Discord is fine, right? You can hear me, right?
Yep.
These are my domain.
Do I need to turn on my Video Ninja mic or?
Wait. Yo, it's working now. It's working now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, a bit of a technical problem here, guys. Apologize for that. But here we already have two bans here from both sides. Here, Fredrin and Valentina, which are very strong picks, especially since Team APM has just been able to have that early aggression and dominate a lot in team fights, other than either getting picked off early on by side of College JADU. But this is sensible bans coming from side of from side of College JADU, and here the Farum is also getting banned out early, but the Fanny is coming in from the ABM.
Okay, I expected Basha to be banned as well as Xborg. Well, they did not go for Basha. They're not scared of Basha. Well, they did ban Xborg though. And on the other hand, the ban remains the same from the side of Kala JADU, I guess. These are the only heroes that can be a trouble for any kind of draft they make. So, Fanny again, Kadita again. Nothing new in... not much new in the bans, I guess, except the Xborg. Well, the first pick, I have no idea because this is so unpredictable. What are you expecting, Lino?
Well, it's Haruka. Come on. He's going to go for a mage pick. I believe so.
Yeah.
And he does. It's a Chang'e instead. Chang'e is a really good priority pick. From side of ABM, though, Asuna is really good with Chang'e. And taking Chang'e away from him instead, Invoker is going to be playing on that. I think the side of College JADU, they're going to have a lot of early aggression with this. They're going to be, I think, taking a lot of team fights, possibly even invading jungle.
Well, the Claw is being picked again. I don't remember what Changi wasn't banned last game, right? And they did not pick Changi yet. They went for Novaria. So was it really necessary to go for Changi when Novaria was open? Because I think Novaria can do a great job, like giving the vision as well as a lot of damage. But Changi, yes, she also has her distinct capacity with her ulti, especially at defending, right? So yeah, are you expecting the warrior? But then you even talked about penalties on the last game, and we got a Terizla picked by Black Magic, Kala JADU. Well, I really love that pick. Also, Lapu Lapu and that Claude again. How far do you think that Claude is going to be useful in this match after seeing the gameplay in the last match?
Well, Invoker Radium has been so good with the Claw, and I think in this game as well, considering you don't have the Cho this time, at least not currently, so we'll be able to take a different spell, the Sprint, which you combine that with Hanzo and Lapu Lapu, you just from the mid to late game phase, they're just going to win a lot of team fights, especially since the side of College JADU has been very good and like clumping up. They've always been taking team fights together in a team and either getting those pickoffs early on. So we're going to expect ABM to slightly have a bit of that better map control and from the mid to late game phase, although with the current drafts, I think they're going to be a huge menace from level 4. But the same could be said from side of College JADU. They do have the Chang'e with the ultimate and the penalty zone from the Haruka. And, Venom has been a great jungler in this throughout these games, being a really good frontline, taking a lot of damage, even Basha's anti-heal ability has been forcing the Asma pick from previous game to play a bit safe here. Alim also will be getting less HP, considering that anti-heal is very useful. And side of College JADU, they won't be taking perhaps Dominance Ice, the tank or the frontliner, because you already have Venom with that inbuilt anti-heal.
Yup. Along with that, in the last match though, they banned Hanzo real quick, as if they were expecting and they knew that he was gonna get picked. And this time, Team ABM, they prioritized him before he could get banned. Also, they banned Xavier as to cut out options for Magic. Well, Basha's going hyper again, once again, and obviously I don't think they're gonna go for Esmeralda this time. Well, the Hanzo hyper versus Basha hyper. What are your opinions?
Oh yeah, I think I mentioned this in game 1 too, where Hanzo is an assassin jungler, but you do have that a bit more safety, and you're able to clear off jungle camps before an invade happens. So if a Basher comes in for a red buff invade, Hanzo's just gonna consume that with his S1 and be able to rotate so fast. So they're gonna deny Kalajadu's aggression here. Though from side of ABM, they do lock in that Eve, which is a bit strange considering, Invoker is gonna be more proactive with his ultimate. And positioning wise, Chang'e is just so much more versatile than Eve, while Asuna is just gonna be standing in a specific spot while he ults. So, and the rest of team JADU does have the mobility and might even go for a Hilda pick here, which is gonna be huge for Invade. You add the Basha, the Hilda, and the Shang'e, and possibly even Invade from the side lanes. The Iridil, or maybe even the Terisla, which do have a bit of less mobility. Iridil does gain back in the ultimate form, but they're just gonna be a menace towards ABM's jungles.
Yep, agreed. Well, I told you, right, in this tournament you can't really expect, can't really predict all the picks that are very usual in our day-to-day rank and everything. Okay, Hilda, Iridil against Claude. I don't know how good she's gonna be, but the gameplay matters. Also, they're going for the last pick. This might be a game changer. Lino, any expectation?
Well, you already see Kalajadu's game plan. They're going for an invade comp, so they'll have to take a roamer to answer that. Edith probably could be the answer. Does have the damage, but instead goes for the high-lows instead, which we've not seen these tanks for a very long time, especially in this tourney. It's always been the Kufra or even an Atlas and a Minotaur, but now we have a Hilda, we have a high-lows, and they're just gonna be so good going against each other, especially the high-lows, getting the Revitalize instead, helping a bit in the team, and just providing so much slow, especially since the side of JADU doesn't have the mobility to combat Hylos S2, specifically Terisla and the jungler Basha. So you're gonna have a bit of difficulty with that. Already going on to this game. Okay, Jenny, do you have any favorites in this matchup?
Favorites, you mean champions? Well, favorite champion, if I have to say, I really like Terisla, because Terisla is the first fighter. He's the first fighter that I actually started playing nicely, like pushing sincerely. Okay, I'm mostly I play tanks. Okay, if I don't get to play tank, I go for mages. But then I shifted to EXP when I was in a squad, and Terisla was the hero. Was the hero for my EXP option, right? So yeah, Terisla is my favorite, and I would love to see some really good penalty zone being placed and changing the game once again. Maybe more black magic with the penalty zone.
Yep, indeed. As we move on to the land of dawn here, Array, applying that pressure in the early on, trying to get an invade. Possibly Basha is already on the red buff for the side of JADU. They're already taking on the invade so fast. Jay will be forced to give a bit of vision. The retribution difference is there, but will he get it? No, he doesn't. Jay secures the buff instead. It will be a bit more slow game for the side of JADU. Array here ding down to a lot of HP. And their jungle star is just slow. Venom's only level 1, while Jay's already level 3, and it's just gonna get even faster and faster as he takes another jungle. And from the side of ABM, their jungle rotation has been so fast. Venom here trying to get a bit in the jungle in the bush, suspecting a possible reverse invade from the side of ABM. But I don't think they're gonna do so as they play a bit more safe, expecting the Hilda to be there. The Hilda is so hard to go against, especially in the jungle. Has the regen, has the shield, and the damage to also to combat with. And the rest of team ABM will be going for a more safer route.
Wow. Well, have a look at that Hilda. Hilda's playing really aggressive, by the way. Just like she should. Also, in the bottom lane, the Terizla might get picked up. Hyper is directly on Terizla in the bottom lane, but okay, nothing's gonna happen. But they seem to be rotating towards bottom lane. That's ABM. But then Hylos, he's got a lot of damage in the early game, already chasing down that Eve. Okay, Eve might be in trouble. Baksha going in, but then coming back, disengage.
And they wonderful flicker here, very good disengage. Venom's still at level 3 though, and look at Jay already, he's already level 5, goes in for invade, poking down Invoker a bit, possibly a really good shot from Apex though, S1 from Jay, roll of damage is being dealt, but won't be able to finish off, and he will be caught here, Aruka with the penalty zone, dealing a lot of damage, and the first blood going to Venom instead. Really good early game, Alim here with the Brave Spider, doing a bit of damage, and poking down Haruka, but he is alone, and the rest of team Call of JADU is there to back him up, and Alim is just taking out a lot of HP, half HP, flickers to get away from the damage, and goes back to safety, while the rest of team ABM here catches on Venom, doesn't force the back there, and will be having a disengage from both sides.
Wow. Well, I thought that Alim was gonna die there, but he's escaped because of the turret. They are playing really aggressive, like I mentioned. They're gonna get the confidence, and they're gonna be more aggressive in the top lane. That's Iritel versus Cloud. Okay, Hilda is being chased, but then she's back. Okay, she's just trying to give more vision and poke a little bit, and coming back, just playing around the map.
Yep, indeed. And Jay will be going in again with the ultimate, going down to Invoker, dealing a lot of damage, being Invoker very low on HP, will get taken down instead. Rest of Team ABM here for re-engage Apex for a great stun, takes down the Iritel, they're going down, Array being the last one alive, not being able to do much, and will be forced to back off, while the rest of Team ABM secures this top lane objective.
Really good one. They got a turret real quick. Also, that Baksha play, he's so aggressive. He's going for the blue buff of that Hanzo. Will he be able to take a blue buff from the Hanzo? Well, he did. He actually did, and he will be picked up. But then Shine is coming in for backup. Then Baksha goes down. Lapu's amazing backup. Then penalty zone coming in, and Hilda taking down Lapu. Aldous. Alim with Aldous is down as well. The Turtle is not here though. There's 15 seconds for it, and they are making a rotation toward the bottom lane along with Hilda. And
Yep, indeed. And, from side of Call of JADU, I was expecting a bit more aggression on the gold lane, though. It is hard to dive a cloth, but you want your Iritel to have that advantage, especially since she's your only consistent damage source, while Chang'e's ultimate can be sidestepped pretty easily. Iritel is so good in setting up team fights and dealing a lot of damage. Jay here in the bush will be able to spot out and use an ultimate early on. Venom being poked out and a bit of damage being dealt, but he uses ultimate form. Burst fire coming from Aluma, flicker play, catches off Veil, and will be taken down instead, while the rest of Team Call of JADU pulls back a bit and will be able to give this turret in exchange. But look at the bot lane, Radium getting a kill instead amidst all this madness, and takes down Haruka for the side of Team ABM.
wow, that was beautiful. But then again, they are going to take another turn at the top lane. ABM also Venom trying to defend that in the mid lane. And yep, look at the top lane. Iritel not being able to do as much.
Yeah, I was expecting Iritel to outshine more, considering the damage buffs, and it's just gonna be so easier to position against this comp, especially since you have that sprint to combine alongside your movement. Here we have Array being taken down instead for reverse sweep, but will get traded with Alim, and the rest of Team ABM though focusing more on their objectives, as bot lane is getting funneled here. Radium going with the Blazing Duets, melting down Veil, and gets taken down. Getting another turret for the side of ABM, but Turtle will get exchanged, however. But I don't really like this engage, because you're trading Turtle and XP for map control and gold.
Wow. That they are not letting that Irithel form at all. Whichever lane she's going, she's getting herself into trouble, right? Also,
Indeed.
they are pushing really well. The objectives are being taken well. Also, Hilda, will she be chased down? No, no, not yet. Okay, actually, Hanzo comes in straight for that Irithel this time, but he won't be able to take one down. Also, Baksha being chased down as well. That's Radium trying to melt him down. And Eve coming in with an ultimate, but that's sorry, that Changi also. They are still chasing down Apex. He will not be able to take him down. Also, Radium coming in for that Hilda, and he goes back by penalty zone being missed. I suppose Asuna with a little bit of HP, and she goes down as well. Changi manages to escape, not yet. Radium going straight in. That Hanzo securing the kill on the Changi as well as Hilda. A double kill. Bro. No black magic working this time. It seems like ABM is on fire.
Indeed, that Hanzo plays is able to make them so flexible. And as I said early on, Hanzo just has that really fast jungle clear. Already had the retrieve for the red invade, and this just put back ABM. Call of Duty is so far ahead, far behind. Haruka here is getting poked down by Radium and Apex here. The ultimate going in from the Hanzo, but penalty zone will be used to sort of back up a bit. ABM taking a lot of damage, and Radium's Blaze Duets might not be enough. Haruka survives by a sliver of 1 HP, but gets taken down instead by Jace S2. That was so unexpected.
Bro, why did he go back? I mean, why did he take that step back? He survived that. That was so unexpected, right? Well, I don't understand why he took that one step back, but okay, bro, happens. Also, they are going for the turtle, and there's not gonna be any contest, right?
Yeah, side of Call of Duty, you don't really want to contest at this point. ABM's just so far ahead in goal and experience, and considering it's a high lows, it's just so hard to dive in. He has the slow, he has the stun, and the ultimate slow is just so much. Alim though is being taken down a lot of HP in the bot lane here. The ultimate from Invoker will be enough to take him down, and side of Call of Duty getting a bit of the leverage back, getting a bit of the kills, and with Jay here using all the early ultimate will be forcing a lot of damage onto Airy and forcing it back. Will be going on to the Veil, but Veil is just so low and gets taken down instead. We have Venom here trying to get a back engage and maybe poke him down, but the rest of team ABM will be able there to take him down instead and defend, and Venom goes down to Radium.
Bro, I don't think Irithel is being able to do them more justice, and I think Irithel needs more support, needs more backup, needs more savior, needs a savior from all the whole team of that ABM. They are just coming straight in for her, and they are trying to take the turret down. Also, that's 1 HP surviving the Changi on 1 HP. That Hilda was trying to give them more vision there, but they had to disengage. Wow, ABM is on fire.
And it's just gonna get stronger and stronger as the game progresses. Even getting this mid lane turret, for example. Venom here trying to go in the back line, catches off the cloud, and will be melting down instead. Penalty zone coming from Shaya, and but it will get 2 more, and that's a double kill for Invoker. Alim here with the Brave Spider will be able to catch off Veil, but the damage will be able to connect as he will be taken down instead. And Venom getting a kill for side of Call of Duty. Jay won't be having this for a trade for free though, and will be trying to get a trade instead, and melting down area and takes him down. Just getting a 1 for 3 trade for side of Call of Duty, getting a benefit, but Ashna is getting caught off there. Haruka forcing a flicker for the side of ABM.
Bro, this time they are not letting team Kalajadu do anything, especially that Irithel. And look at Jay coming straight in for Haruka. He was a little tanky, otherwise that would have been a kill. Teresa almost got down if he didn't have that steal. Also, I think they are trying to take a fight near the Lord. They're camping right in there. Hanzo coming straight in for a kill on the Changi. Will he be able to take her down? Almost, and there you go. Changi's down. But then, that last moment shield from her second skill saving herself, bro.
Yep, and the rest of Team ABM will be getting a better advantage from that team fight and getting possibly the Lord here, trying to bait it out a bit, getting positive engages. They're really positioned well for this. And Jay goes in towards Haruka. A lot of damage being dealt out. Penalty zone coming out early on. Brave Spider being dealt a lot of damage. Haruka is getting melted, and that's a goal like for Jay. Venom trying to save his teammate, get it back off, but the damage is just so much from side of ABM here. Radium taking down Invoker from the sidelines and getting another kill, though we will have a 1v1 from side of Vale and Radium, but Radium takes down another array trying to chase him down. Radium so squishy and so good with positioning, will be able to back off. Jay coming in for the backup, doing a bit of damage to array, will be forcing an ultimate though, but he is taking down, and that's a legendary from the side of Jay, getting another kill. ABM just dominating, getting 4 kills before this Lord fight, and it'll be up to Venom to somehow steal this perhaps.
Wow. You know, they really need to change their draft, especially when banning. Also, Basha trying to take on the turret that he wouldn't be able to, but the penalty zone, getting on 4 of them, but there's no use. He had no backup, bro. That penalty zone, the way it landed, it was really good. It was really good. But unfortunately, he had no backup.
And they're so satisfying to watch. But yeah, if Invoker was there perhaps with an ultimate, I might see even a couple of kills. But the side of ABM, you know, just getting that advantage, getting so much kills, getting the Lord, and, you know, JADU needs to play a bit more passively. They've been showing so much vision and just denied the pickoffs. Jay's just melting down Ari and forcing him to use his sprint, perhaps, to back off. But Vale is getting down a lot of HP, especially since the teamfight started. But Jay does not have the ultimate ready for his teamfight. The Meteor Shard from Invoker will be enough to melt him down. But Radium here with the Blaze was melting down, but it gets taken down instead by Ari's ultimate. And here we have the Asuna taking down instead, and the turret's getting destroyed. Haruka with the backline will be able to melt down Jay a bit, but he will be able to escape, and Vale survives by sliver HP. Haruka finishing off the Lapu Lapu. Alim won't be able to finish this off, and ABM here getting a reverse chase instead of Venom doing a bit of poke damage, but won't be able to connect, as the rest of Team JADU will be on the defensive side. Here we have a Haruka versus Jay 1v1 in the bot lane here, and a lot of damage being dealt here. Ultimate form penalty zone being used onto Jay. Haruka just dealing a lot of damage and getting his shot down instead. Asuna, the only one left alive, and will be taking a trade for his team, but he's stuck in a really weird spot as Vale here pops in the sprint and the damage just to deal it off, and Vale will be taking down Asuna for an exchange, and that's just been trade after trade from both teams.
That was a lot of damage coming in from Eve. If you notice, Iritel was almost dead, and Eve was standing alone there, right? She barely escaped. Also, Changi yeah, the defense was really good. That's the advantage of having a Changi in your team. It's easy defense. Also, I am expecting a comeback, but it's going to be hard at this point of the game because ABM, they are farmed. They're way ahead in goal and turrets as well. So, yeah, you never know. But, you know, it's Black Magic.
Yeah, Black Magic are the underdog in this series, though. A lot of people expecting ABM to win, but will they be able to succeed? Will Black Magic be able to make a comeback? Although it's looking pretty hard, since, you know, the split push potential and backdoor potential is so insane from the side of ABM. The Claude could go for it, even Jay on the Hanzo could go for it. And we have a backdoor kill here instead, and Ari kills the Jay for the trade, forcing the rest of ABM to, you know, waste the resources onto Ari, getting a trade off, while the rest of Black Magic will be somehow getting this advantage. Apex here getting stunned, a lot of damage being dealt. Venom here choking him down, a lot of damage being here. Meteor Shower coming into the backline, not catching anyone though, and Brave Spider being used on the backline. Vale will be able to escape, and here Haruka dishing out a lot of damage. Vale also taken down, but Venom will be taken out instead by Radium. And for the trade, Invoker, but Asuna is there with the real manipulation and will be taking down Vale for a trade-off, while the rest of Team ABM, having the map advantage, will be clearing off those lanes and getting the jungle.
A fan of that Eve. That amount of damage, I mean, I do play mage, although my first option is tanking. I play mage as second, and I've tried even. I never get that amount of damage, no matter how good I play. I don't understand it. This is so good. And every time he's marking that Irithel, she's dying. And even that we was 1 versus 4, Irithel was almost dead. Okay, obviously that's an uncontested Lord for ABM. I guess this Lord is going to be hard to defend, but I'm still expecting that they defend it so that it gets more intense.
Indeed, and Kal JADU does have that comeback potential. We have Array here spotting out the Hanzo, not making Jay make these aggressive plays which we've been making, but he will be on the run though, as Jay here using the retribution also to slow him down, and Array will be popping the sprint, but will it be enough to escape? Yes, it is. Jay, okay, going in again instead, and Valkyrie getting down, taking down a bit of HP, but won't be able to do so, as the rest of team ABM are ready for this team fight. They do have the lane smashed up, and will be able to get a split push perhaps and end this game early on, but Jay is popping on the early ultimate early off, maybe to get a pick off early, and it does damage to Veil, but that's not enough, as the rest of team Call of JADU is set up for this team fight. Venom here taking a bit of damage, wheels being used, and ultimate being popped off, the real manipulation not catching anyone here. Eric getting taken down, a lot of damage though, and the Lord will be taken out instead. Various fighter coming from Alim and takes down Invoker instead. Radiant with a split push, and as the base, the victory going to ABM.
Beautifully done. I knew it. This was going to be really, really hard to defend, even if they did, because obviously it's ABM. Finalists, they're not going to just sit down and let you defend it so easily. Well, I have to say, this time ABM showed that they're no less. They're no less. You can't just do some black magic every time. Well, it's 1-1, right? It's best of 7, and yeah, the fact that it's 1-1 now it's makes it more interesting because we will be able to see more matches.
Yep, and in this game you could see Call of JADU making a bit of mistakes, which they maybe were not used to. Because Veil here on the Iritel got taken out a lot in the early game, and especially since Iritel has the advantage and mobility, wasn't able to do much against Radium, considering Apex was always there to back off, and the damage from the side of ABM was just a lot in the burst potential also, considering Aldous can ult from almost anywhere across the map and be there in almost any lane, and just with the safety. So Ari noticed this and sort of sniped him in the back line and got kills too, but it was slightly a bit too late though, because at that point ABM just were so up on turrets, was just so up on damage, items, gold, and the rest of team Call JADU couldn't be able to make a comeback at that point. The turrets were down, Lord was taken down by ABM, so yeah, that will be a downside there, and ABM securing this victory 1-1, as you said, and this will be an interesting matchup. Will Call JADU be able to come back in the next game and maybe make a strategy, ban off Jay's Hanzo perhaps, and focus more on your same core idea?
Yeah. Well, Iritel, it's very sadly he didn't get that backup he needed in the early game. Also, ABM, I knew that the moment he picked Iritel, I was like, oh no, Hanzo is gonna go for her. Hanzo is gonna go for it early, right? And it's very hard. It's very hard to save the Iritel from the Hanzo in the early game. Also, it's 189. Sadly, if you notice when they pick Iritel, I asked you what's your opinion on Iritel versus Claude. I don't remember what you said, but I didn't have a good feeling, for Iritel.
Yeah, considering Radium's so good with that Claude and movement so good from side Radium, so it's gonna struggle a bit, but Iridial did get those buffs, so I was expecting a bit of combo, and perhaps if Iridial got the funnel she wanted, and that would have given more advantage to the side of Call of JADU. But we see Call of JADU focus more on those invades instead, so they got a bit of a bite in the back for that, as Hanzo cleared off those waves, and they got the slow rotations. That's, lanes have been struggling a bit. Terisla can hold his on since he's a really strong frontliner and has the damage, has the tankiness. But Iridial, you need a bit of that help, especially in laning phase. And since it's a Claude who has so much mobility, you're gonna need that from your team if you want to secure your laning.
Yeah, exactly. With that amount of mobility by Claude and Irithel against Claude, it's gonna be hard. I mean, Irithel does not have that movement, right? Also, yeah, I was really impressed by Teresa. He really, really tried. Okay, I guess they will be changing the draft this time because both matches they did the same bans, right?
And
Are you expecting any changes in the banning phase?
yeah, I think College is just gonna ban the Hanzo. They're fine with not giving that option to Jay. And so far their gameplay has been so fine from both teams. Really good
Yep.
aggression, really good traits, and they have really good map sense also. So they'll just need to get off these certain heroes off the board, or perhaps pick a counter pick to ABM's really good funneling. But you need to stick with your comfort picks also, considering both teams are really good. So if you go for a pick which which you're not comfortable with, you're gonna somehow mess it up a bit on the micro. It's not the same with every player, so to say so. But yeah, that'll be it for game number 2 here. ABM versus Team Call JADU here, both on one. Who will get the victory for the next round? Who will secure the trophy, and who will take this victory? We'll have to wait and find out. So stay tuned, guys, and we'll be right back after a short break.
Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mighty fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on.
Hello guys, welcome back to the Battleknights Project India Season 1. This is the grand finals, Team ABM versus Kala JADU. They've both taken one victory over the other, have seen each other's plans, have seen their strategies, their composition, their strong heroes, what they're good at, what they're bad at, and will they be able to make a comeback here? Will they be able to take the crown? ABM, Kala JADU, who's gonna be the victor? Who's gonna take it all? Who's gonna win this prize pool? And we'll just have to wait and see. Here, I'm your caster, Linwell, again. Join me alongside, though, is going to be Soul Sky. Take it away, my dude.
Hello, Linwell. Thank you for that beautiful introduction right there. And as you have said, this is the 1-for-1 for both the teams, and it's just game number 3 now. Game 1 goes towards Kala JADU, and game number 2 goes to ABM. And this is the game number 3. So we will have to find out that who will win this game as we will move on to the draft shortly. And Linwell, brother, just give me an insight about what you feel in those last 2 matches that you did right now.
Okay, so we've had both drafts here coming from both teams. ABM focus a bit more on those funnel strats, getting the goal in, the Claude here, Claude to getting a better heist tool. And Jay just has been so good in jungle, securing objectives, know exactly when to go in. Get punished a bit though, but here, I got to say, they've just been able to pull off a lot of strats. And meanwhile, from Kala JADU, they're really good in those jungle invades, denying those levels, getting the advantage. Although we did have a bit of Uno reverse in the previous game here with their jungle getting a bit of a slow start. Venom couldn't exactly secure those objectives because, you know, it was a Hanzo. So I'm expecting the Hanzo to get banned in this matchup.
Exactly. And that Hanzo pick in the last game was actually, is on my eyes right now, because that Hanzo was on point from the J, and Team Kala JADU wasn't able to counter that Hanzo pick because they had no assassin there, and they would a short run going in the backlines. But this match is all about, just reflecting on your mistake and don't do ever that mistake again, because these both are the teams that are capable of winning in this match. So they will have to evolve and during the matches, during the plays, that one game, the second game, the third game, the fourth game, and if it goes to the 7. And I really hope that this goes to the 7, because it's getting really excited right now. And look at the bands coming in from both the sides of the London. What do you have to say about both the bands?
Well, currently looking at the side of ABM here, they ban out the Kadita, the Fanny, and the Terisla, which are really good menaces to be dealt with. In the early game, their potential is just so much. Pick-off potential to the specific here. The Fanny and the Kadita can deal so much to the backline. Get those pick-offs, even sustain a bit of damage with their passives, and even Fanny just, get in, get out. They just have a specific plan. And meanwhile, we've seen Terisla be a menace to a lot in the side of ABM. Kala JADU has just been dominating in the XP lane and using penalty zone a lot in a really good sense. We're connecting with the flicker plays very good, and we've seen them play so well on this role, specifically Haruka on that, but they won't be able to have this. And meanwhile, from the side of Kala JADU, they will be banning off those X-Borg, the Valentina, and the Freda. They don't want any of that business to be there in their game. They don't want those frontlines. They don't want Valentina to steal their ultimates, and this will allow them to have a bit more flexible draft.
Exactly, and look at the Telem featuring Alus going for the first pick. Lapu, the bravest fighter of them all. And look at Kala JADU going in for that Bale, going for Claude. That's actually Radiant pick. And Roken going in for that Eve again in this game. Brother, if you ask me, they are going in for the solid draft again, both the teams. And let's see what the APM, how will they react to this, Claude and Eve pick right there.
Yeah, they've just taken their best. Oh! So ABM. Okay, we see another Hanzo pick. Jay on the Hanzo. But as I was saying, okay, Vale took the Claude instead. So Austin, So Radium won't be having his major MVP pick. The Claude might be able to get a counter pick, I presume, but Invoker also steals that Yves from Asuna, but Asuna is going to counter that with the Farsa. The Fair Airstrike is just going to be so good in dealing damage to the backline and bursting them down, not allowing them to, have a good position wise, but Array will be locking in that Kufra for those pickoffs, and this will allow the side of College to be more aggressive and get those pickup potentials, thus securing their advantage and leverage.
Exactly. And I would like to point out this. I think this is the first time I'm seeing Farsa in this tournament. Oh my bad if I haven't checked on all the matches, but yeah, Farsa is one of the good pick against Eve, and that sky shot that Farsa's ultimate can easily counter Eve. When while she's using real world manipulation. So that's a very big brain play coming from the Asuna. I'm looking at ABMJ going again with the Hanzo and Array going in for the Kuvra before the second ban phase. That's actually good. And look at the first ban in the second banning phase from Kala Jadu. It's a Grok. ABM, the Apex. What do you think? What Apex will ban here? It's Joy here. Let me just think about what you think about the other two bans coming in right away.
Okay, considering most of the XP laners are banned off, we haven't seen any Yusong, any Joy even to say. So this is narrowing down the options for South College to get their good XP laner. Because Lapu Lapu is already taken by LM. They already have the Brace Fighter in their kit, and you don't have a Valentina to steal that off of. So they will need a really good dive XP laner if they want to capitalize off of Array's Tyrant's Revenge. And maybe Vale could be up for the job, but he does need his items to have the damage spike.
Exactly. And I'm just look at the two Romer ban like the Grok, which is your favorite level because you're always biased to it. And that Baksha ban coming. I was about to say that Baksha ban will come, and this here we are with the Baksha ban, and I would like to see how will Venom react to it because we have seen the two consecutive Venom pick coming in from that Baksha consecutive pick coming from the Venom. So yeah, I'm just very curious to see what Venom will pick here. And as you have said, well, this is going to be very exciting here.
Yep, indeed. And this is gonna have, side of Call of Duty to be more specific with their picks. They do have the last pick to counter what ABM has in store for us. And we have Haruka here with the Arlet, which we've seen so many times in this game. The Arlet flicker plays just to secure those objectives and, give a bit of surprise. Arlet did get a bit of nerf with his ultimate. The casting time was a bit reduced and it's a bit more obvious to see when he's going to use his ultimate. But with the flicker in store, the surprise effect is just going to be so huge. But Apex with the Mincetar counter pick is just going to deny those dashes for the side of Call of Duty and be more defensive with their play, expecting those outplays from the side of Call of Duty.
Exactly. And I'm very curious to see what Venom will pick here, as I've already stated it before. But let's talk about the Apex and the Radium pick. And Irithil wasn't on point in the previous game from Team Kalajad, but here this time the team ABM will show what Rithil will, how it is to play Rithil, and I'm very curious to see Radium to play Rithil here. But Apex going in for that, King's calling, and he just senses that some dash hero is coming from the side of the Kalajadu that is going to the jungler, and he guessed it right and he predicted right, and that's a Ling coming in. And Ling is one of the finest jungler out there. So with this Ling pick and with this Mincetar and Irithil pick, both the drafts have been complete. So, let's hear about your opinion, Linville, because you are the god here.
Well, okay. This was a pretty big brain play by Apex here, expecting that Ling. The Ling is so good against an Irithil and Farsa, who are in the backline, and finishing off even the Hanzo. So he's expecting those assassins. Goes for the Mincetar instead, and he will be there for shutting down the Ling whenever he dives in. But the rest of Team Call of Duty will also be there, so they will need to let Apex invest this King's Calling and capitalize off of that and get those pickoffs. And I think both teams are pretty balanced, and it's only a matter of who gets the first say, who gets the first picks. But before we move on to the game, don't forget, guys, this tournament is managed by Mayura Esports, brought to you by Battleknights Esports, and powered by Mobile Saints, and streamed by none other than one and only Bat Tanker BT here every day on the same time. And he's just been providing so much here. And also, don't forget our moderators in the chat: Jinx, Kronos, Mr. Greed, Ocean, Kurama, and even my previous caster, Miss Jenny here. Thank you so much. I must have missed a couple of names though coming into this, but I just want to thank our moderators also in the chat for keeping it safe and PG for both teams.
Exactly. And I would like to point out that Thank you, all of the viewers, for coming in and making the stream a huge success. We have hit the 500 mark in the stream. Let's aim for the more higher market, 550 or 600 this stream. This is the game number 3 versus, ABM versus the Black Kala Jadoo for this Battleknights Project India Season 1. And we will have a little bit pause here because I think Ling wasn't loaded in the, like, Venom wasn't in the loading screen, like he was 0% in the loading screen. So I have to point that out. So that's why we are on a break. We are on a pause, so we just want you guys to have, to see these both teams playing on, both the fullest potential as they can give you the best match of this MLB tournament in this Indian subcontinent. That's the Battle Knights Project India Season 1, and which is obviously, Nenvil pointed out, which is powered by Battle Knights Project India. Sorry, Battle Knights Esports, right? Am I right, Nenvil?
Yep, indeed. But here, so we do have a bit of time in our hands. Do you want to talk about the drafts here, coming from both sides? Who do you think has the advantage over this scenario?
Oh, I forgot to give my opinion here, but I will always, I'm just a wannabe Link player here, so I will just power towards the Link because I'm trying to learn Link. And apart from all of my personal bias, look at that, I think this has pretty stacked up draft coming in from that, Team Kala. Look at the Cloud going into the back lines. Look at the Invoker, providing a lot of utility in the team fight. Look at the array. If he catches someone, it's GG for it. And look at Haruka going in for the R lot. The slash coming in from that R lot is what a slash can do. It's like a sweep, boom, and yeah. But I will also like to give you the insight for the ABM. Yes, because it's the ABM pick. I'm just a fan of this Irithil and this Apex big brain play coming in. So both the dots look pretty solid. But I'm just hovering towards this Kala Jadoo, and I will bet on Kala Jadoo. But who will you bet on, brother?
Well, okay, I just bet on both teams' previous 2 games, and it just went the other way. When I bet on ABM, Kala Jadoo won, and when I bet on Kala Jadoo, ABM won. So I can't say for sure here, but we will be onto the game as the game gets unpaused here, and really fast jungling from the side of Jay though. And Venom here, I think he's lagging a bit, and will be, I think, having a bit of technical issues as they will have a slower jungle while the side of ABM gets a faster rotate. Will position really well for this Lito here. Ari going in with the Tarnish Revenge, knocks up Apex, forcing him to back off a bit while the rest of Team Kala Jadoo goes in for this. But the Retribution from the J will be enough to steal the Lito while we have Venom here with a bit more slower jungle.
Yeah, I would like to point out that Jay has been, very, very peculiar with his, his retribution, as he has outed so many times. I was watching the stream, but look at that. I think that might be a kill, but never mind, London.
Oh, indeed. It was very close, and Apex managed to escape with a slur of HP. Though we will see more aggression from Kala Jadoo. They do have the answers. And, they side of Apex, ABM, you don't really have the answers to the Kufra. You'll have to wait for the level 4 spikes from all of your teammates to enable you to play on the aggression. And here we have Array positioned really well for this. Might possibly even go for a Tarnish Revenge as the rest of his team are ready for this fight. And while we have Team ABM here for a counter engage, Array not being able to pick off anyone. Apex with a slow hair. Lane going backline, going on to Jake, doing a bit of poke damage. But it's just even trades as Jay also managed to do equal amounts of damage. Apex here with the assist won't be able to flicker anything. We have the Brave Fire coming from Alem though. A lot of damage being dealt, forcing Venom to buy a flicker blade being used also, but it won't be enough as Venom survives with flicker HP. But the hook coming in from Apex, forcing Array to get a flicker, and he's just being taken down. And no, survives with a sliver HP. Haruka coming from backline, and the first blood going to Invoker instead. Haruka's not done though, he's doing a bit of poke damage, but will get a hook instead. Yeah, Fear Point being cut off, but Haruka just so low, gets traded off, and Apex gets the kill, securing an objective. Jay steals the blue buff though from Venom and will be able to back off easily.
Bro, what the heck just happened here? There's so much happening, but that hook coming in from the Apex was on point and taking out the Haruka and giving that one trade for both the teams. But yeah, that was a good counter coming into the ABM Hanzo, and that Farsa using that airstrike in the proper time, just leaving that slither of HP and making that Kufra back off was a very big brain move coming from ABM. Just to back, just make that roamer back off is a very, very crucial thing in a team fight, and that's what they did, and they capitalized on that. And meanwhile, I think this might be a turtle fight very, very soon.
Yep, indeed. But look at Kala Jadu. They are just positioned for this marksman funnel. Play a bit on the strat there. Previous game, they didn't allow Vale to, have that much of good time. Thus, this time, focusing a bit more on that area, though. Charging Tire Stretch will be able to make his Invoker to escape, but Jay's just shredding down area, going to a lot of HP. The ultimate's being used, but King's Calling will be there to deny the dashes, though. Venom not being able to dash and do a bit of damage will be forced back here as we get a 1-for-1 trade. Mage for tank, but Vale is here with assist and will be dealing a lot of damage instead. Apex going down to a bit of damage, but there's not a finisher and will be able to back off safely. Radium here for the re-engage alongside Alem here. Invoker getting taken down with a lot of HP, being chunked down half HP. Radium just on the roll, bursting down and will be able to take him down. Ari not being able to catch up anyone with Tyrant's Revenge. Instead, will be forced to defend. And the side of ABM getting an advantage. Jay is here with another blue buff invade, though he won't be able to take it down. No, he does so, and is able to survive swiftly away and gets away safely.
Exactly. That's a good gameplay coming from that AV game, G. But I would like to point out the team fight. That was a good rotation coming in with the Ellen featuring Aldous and using the Rapid Fighter. Look at him right now, Linville.
Venom so alive with the sliver HP. Managed to back off, but he is being chased down. Jay is on that hunt. He's trying to go in. The blaze coming in from Venom, and this will allow him to survive for a bit. But we have a flicker hook play by Apex, catching him, and that's a play. That's a kill for the side of ABM, getting that victory. And that was just a wonderful play from the side of ABM. It was just so outstanding.
Yeah, this is so outstanding. I'm just very very amazed to see this ADM J playing Hanzo like he doesn't even fear the link and going in with his ultimate. I don't think he's going again for a hunt right now, and he might going for the red buff. But that team fighter, I'm just impressed with this ADM J going in with Alan. Will look at him just going inside.
Yeah, Blaze Duo is coming out from Apex Veil though, and will be able to dish out a lot of damage, but that's not enough as Venom goes down in silence here. Ari getting taken down to a lot of chunks, and Radium just dealing a lot of damage here. We know the early game damage from the item spike already has claw to also brute along that, but they will be here having a bit of difficulty as Ari charging in the Tyrant's Revenge doesn't catch anyone though, and Hook missing though, a lot of damage being dealt down by Asuna, but the fatal airstrike won't be there to take him off possibly, while the rest of team Kalajadu recalls for this. Apex scouting off but won't be able to catch anyone, but they do have the advantage. But look at the blue buff laying here, getting another invade and denying the blue buff. Jay will be able to back off. Haruka on the hunt, trying to catch him off, but he won't be able to successfully do so. As the side of ABM getting that lead, denying Lynx's blue buff and just making the game more to their pace.
Exactly. I would like to point out that this J strategy is not providing them blue buff, but I think your play will not end here. In the reverse side, there's a little bit skirmish happening.
Indeed, Haruka here going with the ultimate, doing a bit of damage though, and will be forced to back here, though Invoker will be here with the ultimate, but we have the brave fight from LM here, getting caught off guard though, and we have a Veil being survived in a sliver of HP, very luckily, and being able to back off though. It's a one for nothing trade for the side of AB getting the advantage, and they will be going on to the turtle for this though. Jay is not done yet, and he is chunking down Ares HP, dealing a lot of damage though. He runs out of blood and will be forced to back off, but Venom might be scared this. No, okay, it's just so far off on jungle, and the side of Kalajadu, no, they've been forced to play safe so much, even having jungle invades after jungle invades, and Venom's not been having a great day here as Apex has been zoning him off, and the side of Kalajadu just not being able to progress so far here. Haruka being dished out a bit of damage though, but won't be enough as the side of ABM here are positioned really well for this bot engage. Apex calling a bit early though, will be called on by Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Revenge, but he lands the King's Calling, and the rest of Blaze Duo is coming in, but the Astral coming won't be enough, and Radium here dealing a lot of damage on the backline, will be able to take it on too, and no, never mind, Alim getting the kill onto both of them. Jay dealing a lot of damage to Haruka, here with the basic attacks, but will be finished off by Asuna here. ABM just getting those kills, getting a 4-4-0 trade for the side of Kalajadu.
Exactly, and that King's Calling was on point, and that just gave, in the team fighters gained the proper HP that needed to survive that Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant Rage combo coming in from the Kufra. And did you see that follow coming in from the this Alim featuring Aldous and the Radium, just chunking down the HP of the Kufra along with that Invoker, and that even the Claude was taken down. That was a very, I think that was a 4-for-0 trade, and only the Ling was alive because he was in the top lane. But that was a proper support coming into the ABM, improper use of that short calling and use of the team communication that they need. And another hook lane, well.
Oh, Jay's going in with the ultimate, but he will be caught off guard. And here, Venom possibly could make a re-engage, but no, does not have the damage, does not have the items to do so. Pushed back, but he gets called off by the Berry Fighter, and that's a kill for Alim, securing exactly the objective. That's, putting ABM so much far ahead on the lead. They will be forcing onto this mid lane, though, forcing Invoker to go back off a bit. Apex possibly could land a hook. No, it misses. Jay, though, going in for the re-engage. Dealing a lot of damage under the enemy's inhibitor, but it will be forced by Ari, charging onto the Tyrant's Revenge. Doesn't manage to get anyone though, and also stealing a bit of damage. And side of ABM just getting their objectives, getting the victories, getting the damage done, and just not giving Call of JADU any space to breathe.
Exactly, and I will just have to make a shout out to this Alam featuring out of that beautiful gangs coming in on point and taking down the proper backliners along with this Brave Fighter and with this flicker, providing a lot pro dividends towards its team. Using Lapu Lapu that way it needs a lot of skill. So that I'm just very intrigued by this Alam featuring Aldous, but his team just providing a lot of backup. So and this feather airstrike, this Farsa using on point when she just sees that opening that the Apex has given, and along with the Radium using that heavy crossbow and going in like she doesn't fear anything because she has got the itemization. And I think so much thing is happening here. But I would like you to just give us a brief about, or I give out the brief about this itemization that we have seen so far.
Go for it, so.
Alright, so look at that. ABMJ almost completed his 3 core items. That's the corrosion sight and this demon hunter sword along with that war axe. And I think he might be building some immortality. But look at the Radium. It's 203. The Husk claws coming in. The new updated Husk claws with attack speed and crit chance. Along with that, Berserker Fury. The sweet boots and she almost got her, all the 3 core items, and that last item was, Windtalker. And Alam featuring Aldous have built 3 items. That's, I don't know, Hunter Strike is built on Lapu Lapu, I might be wrong here, but that 2 item was on point, the Dominance Ice along with Bloodlust Axe. And let's hop on towards the Veil Claude. The 3 items is almost completed for the Claude, the Trinity build. And Haruka is a little bit low on itemization here, and Ling also low on itemization along with this. I think only Claude is full on itemization. Correct me if I'm wrong, Leonard. Am I saying right or wrong?
Yeah, you're possibly right in most part, though. We will get caught up a bit here. They do have the damage from side of Call of JADU, but they do need to find their opening, as a lot of resource has been used always on the Hanzo's clone here. But Jay will be caught off guard here. Tires risk going up, but the rage not being used instead. Not much on top lane here. So the rest of the resources of the team Call of JADU will be used on there. Jay with the split push, doing a lot of damage. Instead, might be able to take it off. However, crossbow being used, and yes, he does. And that is game number 3 going to the side of ABM. They've just been off stop here with this Hanzo and the Bensitar.
Exactly, brother, exactly. And look at that. This game number 3 goes towards the team Kala Jadu, as they will be getting in a lead for like 1 lead more, because they will be 2 for 1, 2 for ABM and 1 for Kala Jadu. And what a game this was. ABMJ was on point, and look at his KDA, bro, 305, a well-deserved MVP. But a shout out to this, a good rotation coming in from a good EXP laner. I'm not being any biased, but that's how much his gameplay was. So a very congratulations to ABM winning the 3rd match of this best of 7 finals for the Battleknights Project India Season 1. Then, well, do you have to say about anything about both the teams, about both the players of both the teams?
Well, okay, so side of ABM, they've been doing really well. All the game plans have been working, really good strategies, and the funnel has been really great. And meanwhile, from side of Call of JADU, though, they have the game plan, they have the knowledge, they know exactly what to do, but they do need to prioritize some of these bans. They need to get rid of the Hanzo, perhaps, because the Hanzo pick has just been enabling the side of ABM to go for more outright strats. Because most of the time, Minstar doesn't even really need to stay with Hanzo, and ABM Jay has just been able to apply so much pressure and aggression in the XP lane as well to jungle lane. Meanwhile, Apex, funneling Radium on their retail and getting his items, getting the damage, getting those objectives, and just been enabling them to get all of those objectives, separate objectives all at once. And when so many things are happening on the side of the enemy team, as Call of JADU, you can't really answer all of them at once, considering most of your picks are already countered by the side of ABM. So you need to focus a bit more on those draft bans and get rid of the heroes who are the core for ABM setups.
Exactly, and talking about objectives, look at both the marks and pushes, bro. 18 with the 14% and 100% for the Cloud. What a game is, how a game is won. It is won on basis of the how many turrets you have taken down, and you should go for the crystal and the last. So that was a good push coming into the marksman, and that's expected from a marksman to push a lot. And damage is a secondary thing. I think in the early phases of the game, you should focus on more pushing, and that's what AVM is allowed. They have been on point with their objective gaming. Like, you just if they are fighting in the bot lane, someone will play the top lane to get the top turret, and that's what I like about both the teams. And a little bit there was a little bit less communication this match for the Kala Jadoo. I might be sensing wrong thing, but yeah, this was. So I think this is for the third game of this match, and we'll move on to the fourth for a short break. Until then, this side not Lin will, but Soul Sky alongside Lin will sign up for a short break. Till then, guys, stay hydrated, and yeah, do chat a lot in this streaming, and share the stream if you're watching on YouTube, and share the stream if you are watching on Facebook.
Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mighty fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mighty fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains.
Welcome everyone to Battleknights Project India Season 1. We're at the grand finals tonight and we have ABM versus Kala JADU. And so far it has not been a one-sided story. It has been ups and downs as ABM are up by 2 and the Kala JADU have won right now in this best of 7 series. And alongside me all the way from the Caribbean is Rem. How you doing, Rem, today?
I'm doing great. You can't really say that for some of the people actually involved in, playing this tournament, but I'm lucky. I'm behind here on the caster's desk, and I've been watching the stream so far, and I have so much questions right now. I feel like there needs to be a coach in the side of Kala JADU's corner, because I feel like when you are in a tournament at this stage, this is the grand finals, right? This is not qualifiers. This is not group stage. I feel like at some point, if the enemy team has a God Fanny user, you're going to ban the Fanny, right? Why are we still letting the Hanzo through? You gave them the Hanzo for one game. You don't have an answer for it, yet you still gave it to them in the other game. I feel like, please, if I don't see the Hanzo as a first ban for the side of Kala JADU, I'm telling you guys now, I'm leaving the caster's desk, I'm getting up, and I'm walking away. I'm walking away because I feel like you have to have answers for the draft. And when they leave the Hanzo open, they slot in a high ground mage, right? We've seen it go up against the Eve, and they don't have anything that can really deal with it. Slot in a mage like a Lilia pick, something that can be aggressive yet independent on her own with the black shoes. They're not having any answers. They're just letting him have an easier time. And if we notice the pressure, he was able to clear the waves in the mid lane from the Lord. So I feel like, please be respectful. It's okay to respect ban if it's necessary. In times like this, on a grand finals, you absolutely have to take out things that you can't deal with. So I'm very upset for those who are watching right now, but it's passion because I've seen them play yesterday and I know what they're capable of. I just don't understand where the disconnect is coming from. But I'm hoping and praying that something happens this next match here.
I mean, we all want to see it, right? Even while I was watching these games, I've been noticing that the first game really went in the favor of Kala Jadu because they banned out this Hanzo the second phase of the draft, and ABM were planning to pick that up, but having that taken away from them really hindered their thoughts and the way they approach the game because they like to play this aggressive early composition, and if you take away this early aggression that comes from their side, really they really struggle to scale into this mid to late game phase. Yes, they have the heroes that are capable of doing that. They have the skills, but Kala Jadu are just better at doing that so far. And at least we have seen in these tournament matches, Kala Jadu have been dominant not only the early, middle, and late game phase. The fact that they need to get these draft right for them is just half, because draft wins you 50% of the games, and banning out this Hanzo, like you said, is a respect ban that you have to give towards Jay, the jungler from ABM, who's been doing a fantastic job picking this Hanzo up quite in the later stages of the game, so going undetected under the radar, and right now is just come to the point where Kala Jadu really, you can have all the magic you want to do, but you really got to ban out this Hanzo because he seems like the king of black magic, as he is that underworld assassin, that ninja, the strongest ninja. You got to respect that and ban it out just so that you won't have that early game dominance or that stomp coming in, because once Hanzo gets snowballing, it's really hard for the rest of the team to actually do anything because nobody's able to reach their back line. And given the fact that Venom has been picking these Boxias in the jungle and had this Ling game previously, which didn't really work out for them, which really didn't work out in his favor, so having to ban out this Hanzo will speak a lot of volumes, and the thought that they've put in and can actually put them back in the driver's seat even, because at this point I think ABM have a one-track mind going into this game. They're up by 2, they're up by 1 already. The score is 2-1. It's just their side of Kala Jadu really need to pull up their socks and get it going. And it's the grand finals, like you mentioned, Rem. We don't want to leave any stone unturned. If there's something that's bothering you, just take it off the table completely. You guys are better. You have the skills. We just want to see execute a perfect draft so that you don't have any of these pocket pick shenanigans that seems like they're not even pocket picks anymore. And Rem, I think apart from that, let's just get head straight in the draft. What do you say?
Yeah, take us away. I'm excited to see if they have any answers. They've been repeating the same questions over and over. So I'm hoping that this time around we actually see some things being done right here. We are seeing the blue side is going to be getting that first ban. So I'm hoping, I'm really hoping that we see a little bit of respect being shown this time around here.
Yeah, I mean, we see this Fredrin being banned out. Yes, Jay has been really consistent on this Fredrin throughout the entire tournament. So banning it out, and right now, you mentioned it, Brent, we mentioned it, and they go for that ban. They don't want to deal with it, Hanzo no more. The strongest ninja is not going to be landing into the land of Dawn. And ABM taking out that Kadita. And like you mentioned, something interesting you mentioned, Rem, the side of ABM like to go for these high ground mages, and so does the side of Kala Jadu. So is it now the battle of the high ground mages, or just that taking this Hanzo off gives them a little bit of an edge?
And not only is it going to give them a little bit of an edge, but now the whole team is going to have an easier time transitioning. I feel like just getting this Hanzo off of the board is already a step in the right direction for the side of Kala Jadu, right? Looking at the ban so far, the Valentina did get taken off of the board. Very solid mid laner. She has a lot of utility. She has draft pressure. You don't want to deal with that. And I think it's a really good ban alongside with the Hanzo. They're way too influential for the side of ABM here. But on the flip side, they're banning out some aggressive heroes as well. The Export, the Kadita, as well as the Fanny. All these heroes have a lot of power in that early to mid game. But Kadita, her one-shot potential, her bush pressure, she's just insane. She's a menace to go up against. And if you haven't learned to swim, she is going to drown you. So very solid bans here. But I'm excited. I'm interested to see what the side of Kala Jadu is going to prio pick here. The Eve is still open. The Novaria as well is still open for a little bit of that vision control. So I do think if they were able to secure one of those things or even go for a little bit of that suppression with the Kaja or the Franco, really solid picks here. They do have a lot of options that they can take.
Yeah, options are plenty as they slot in this Claude quite early.
Oh,
It's not only a great pick for the side of Vale, but also a deny pick coming in because Radium has been great on this Claude throughout the entire series for this best of seven in these 3 games. And right now, seems like there's this story going on with the side of ABM, right, Rem? The ABM like to go for this early aggression that they have, and once they get this early game in their favor, they tend to snowball pretty hard, and they're not able to give the opposition a chance to actually give a comeback in these games. But seems like the side of Kala Jadu have figured that out and now trying to match that early game aggression in these 3 games that we've seen so far. Just that the previous game they went for a Ling, really didn't work out, but right now Alam featuring all those slotting in that Lapu Lapu and Radium going for this Irithel. And Rem, I'm not sure what this Claude and Irithel matchup is. If you could give us some more insight about that.
Now, both of them are very mobile, especially with the recent changes to the Irithel. She is also running that sprint, which has become her core battle spell, I would say, for her. So when she pops that sprint, she is going to be able to get those heavy crossbows off when she does pop that ultimate mode. But I think it's a pretty even matchup. I do think that the Claude is going to have an easier time in terms of that early game potential. But I think in terms of their matchup in that gold lane, very even. It's just going to depend on the rotations coming in from the roamers as well as the mid laners from both sides to see whichever one of them could come online firstly. But speaking of things that can come online, we've been seeing its dominance. This Basha gonna go into that jungle position. Now, before I pass it over, right? That is a Yve versus a Chang'e in that mid lane matchup. And I love this pick here. Claude is capable of getting to that back line, but I love the drafting coming in from ABM. They have a lot of mobile heroes that can play from behind, that can kind of kite around. And with the recent changes to Chang'e's skills, where when she deals magic damage, she continuously reduces the cooldown of her second skill, giving her additional mobility and movement speed as well, which is going to make it harder for Claude with the Blazing Duet. But it's also a good answer for Yve. If she pops out a real manipulation, you have the meteor shower there to kind of burst her down and give her a little bit of a hard time to poke her out or stop the ultimate overall. So I do think very solid drafts. And in the first half of this drafting phase, I am going to have to say I'm in favor of the picks coming in from the side of ABM so far.
I mean, I was going to say ABM really have this draft sorted out in the first phase, at least, only because they have this mobility on their side, like you mentioned, Rem, because Asuna on this Chang'e has known to be quite lethal, taking down even assassins who really are a counter to this mage. But right now we see this Angela being taken away along with this Kufra from the side of Team Kala Jadu. Right now, on the side of ABM are looking for that engage tool, right? Yes, they have the primary engage that comes in with this Bravest Fighter with this Lapu Lapu, but they really need that frontline presence. So having the possible engage again from this Kufra would have been really great. So taking that off the table completely, having that nullified, will only give Apex a little bit of a harder time to think what he will go for. But we know he has a plethora of picks available for him. As, like you mentioned, this Bakshik that's been quite dominant in the jungle with the early game rotations and also the invades that come in. So Venom actually played this in the first game, took the victory, played it in the second game, had a little bit of a misfortune and really had to drop the ball there in the early phase of the game. And right now in the third game, went for the Ling. So the Ling didn't really work out for him. So just going back to old reliable with this Boxia here, who's going to provide that anti-heal as well to counter this Lapu Lapu when he goes to that Bravest Fighter. And ABM banning out this Kaja that can actually pick somebody off entirely, knowing that the side of Kala Jadu needs that pick-off potential and leaving this Franco open. We haven't seen a Franco so far. This final ban being Minotaur, understandable quite, to be honest, just for these knockups that are possible. And Rem, we haven't seen the Franco so far in this series. Will we see one being pulled out?
I mean, it definitely could be an option, right? The side of ABM there, they did ban out one of those suppressions being on the board. And I do think with the draft coming in from the side of Kala JADU, yes, it would be a solid pick. But now that they slotted in something like the Hellcurts as their jungle position, I feel like it could be risky, as if he does decide to go in for that bloody hunt, he can be canceled out with that silence effect. So I feel like they need a little bit more of a set potential, right? I'm liking something like the Lolita. I'm liking something like the Atlas. And I think Lolita is the best roamer, right? Her Bulwark Shield can perfectly dodge the ultimate coming in from the Chang'e. She can set up in the bushes with the Luminum Blast. There isn't really much crowd control coming in from the side of ABM either. You only have the Lapu Lapu, or if Helker decides to go for you. But they're actually hovering over a more support type room, and they're going to go ahead and lock in the flooring. And I like it, right? They offer with the Basha pick heal cutting continuously, and they also now have some immunity to that effect as well. But I'm not too sure how I feel about it. I do think that they needed an answer for this Chang'e, and the Lolita would have been a perfect combination here. But Joss has been locked in. Chronos, whose draft are you in favor of?
I mean, if we look at it right now, the score is 2-1. So I want to be leaning towards the side of Kala JADU just so the score can even up to 2-2. But seems like the drafts are looking great. The Apex going back to this Edith that he plays every now and then. Not really sure why he would not go for these standard roamers that come in. There's the Franco that's available. Yeah, he could have gone for that even. There's also, for example, I'm running out of roamers here, Rem, but never mind. The picks, I would say the side of Boxia does bring quite a little bit of a change to this entire draft of being picked up quite early. And this Hellcurt, once you get the items, he will be snowballing. But right now, he needs that time to actually snowball. And if Venom is able to have these successful engages in the early game, he will be able to take this entire game and start snowballing. And speaking of Rem, why don't you take us into the game and also tell us which draft you will be favoring for now?
Wow, you guys, we are heading in to, I think, game 4, I believe, in the grand finals between Kala JADU as well as ABM. And I'm super excited to see how this is going to go, right? There is a lot of momentum for the side of ABM here. And if we look at overall draft compositions, I think I'm going to have to give it to them as well. I love the Edith pick in that roam position. They have a lot of poke potential. It also provides some additional DPS in addition to the Chang'e as well as the Spirito. So I do think they have a pretty solid composition so far. But I'm going to give credit where credit is due. I do still think the side of Kala JADU has a really solid draft composition as well. I'm still upset about the wrong pick, but hopefully they prove me wrong and they make me eat my words at the end of the match here.
I mean, eat your words is one they want to tell to everyone who are the supporters of ABM right now in the chat, not only on Facebook, but also on YouTube. So we want to see them give out a good fight towards the side of ABM because their story has been they're the team to beat in this entire series. And coming to the grand finals, we see Apex with a knock-up and the Earth Shatter. The damage coming in onto this floor and first blooded. And that is why you didn't want to see the floor in the roll position, but Apex forced the flicker out and Haruka is there with the Frost Moon Shield, gets the kill in return as Venom going in for the invade. And right now, Rem, I think that was a 1-for-1 trade, but you can say on the favor of the side of Kala JADU?
Absolutely, right? They were able to pick up that kill, but however, it was a roamer for, actually, no, yeah, it was a roamer for, who fell for the side of ABM? Oh, the Edict. Okay, so both roamers falling, but I think it's a pretty solid trade here.
Yeah, but you saw all of that engages coming in as Array right now. He does get quite low. Needs a level 4 power spike to provide the heal that comes in from the Bloom. Quite a few skirmishes happening, but nobody going down. As Jay really needs to get this item power spike that in the Hellcurt. He is going in for the blue buff right now. And Haruka, so much with these rotations, such quick rotations coming in, even ignoring his entire lane, knowing that his team will need his presence in the early to mid phase of the game. As Alim going in for the bravest fighter right now. Raging Slash comes out, and there's the Meteor Shower as well, just to provide a little more damage. And right now they are going in for the cut in the lane, as they should be having priority in the turtle.
Absolutely right. And I do like that rotation, sending the Esme back or getting her low enough to the point where she would not be able to provide much assistance for this contest here on this first neutral objective in the game. So I do like the combos coming in, but they're going to be missing a little bit of utility, and that's why they're stalling this turtle fight here. But we're already seeing it being proxied for the side of AGM, but Lapu Lapu being able to pick up that kill onto this Florin position. We do see the falling Star Moon with Esmeralda, but a Dark Knight falls in return. He's going to slither his way out of there, but the sprint has been popped. However, Haruka is not going to be able to find anything but air in that engagement.
Finding air entirely because he needs to be there for his team, providing that the Bloom comes out just to make sure Vale in the top lane survives. Apex with the rotation has the Earth Shatter, choosing not to go in right now, but providing the zone for his team as the turtle is being taken by the side of Kala Jadu. And so far, I think they've been 4 for 4 turtle takes in this entire series in the first phase. And we can see Apex with the knock-up coming in through the Earth Shatter. Venom with a quick rotation as they're going in for the engage, forcing him to flicker out once again. He does have the Primal Wrath for the disengage. Yes, he goes for it. As you can see, taking out quite low as the real world manipulation is popped, and they get a kill on Apex right now. Has no answers to this high ground mage as Radium going with the heavy crossbow, pops the sprint as well just to be able to provide some mobility. But right now they seem to not go there. And in the bot lane, Rem,
we are seeing a little bit of a 2v1 situation. The falling Star Moon going to use as a disengage tool, but she's not going to be able to. A limb there with the Bravest Fighter stance is going to go ahead and blast her down, but they're going to do it in silence as the Dark Knight Falls did follow up as well, Kronos.
I mean, was that Dark Knight Falls really necessary there, though? I think it's a utility kind of wasted. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of an overkill, like you mentioned, Rem, because at this point, every single ultimate is important, and we know they also know that the side of Kala Jadu cannot be taken lightly, as we see a 4-man rotation of the top lane. Invoker might get caught, but no, they're choosing to disengage right now, as Array does have the ultimate with Bloom with the heal, as Turtle is going to spawn in about 30 seconds, Rem, and seems like the early game has been 50-50. Yes, ABM have the goal lead, but what do the side of Kala Jadu have to do to make that epic comeback possible, Rem?
They definitely have to put a lot of focus into their top lane. But speaking of focus here, Apex gonna be stunned with the Florin. She's gonna pop the Primal Wrath. We see the Meteor Shower coming in. The Dark Knight Falls was popped as well. Down goes the real world manipulation, but down goes Yi as well. We're seeing Florin having to force out that flicker. But speaking of flicker, a flicker Bravest Fighter stance is gonna go in, but Basha is gonna be the one to secure a double kill here and a shutdown into the hands of Haruka. And if that's not a response, then I don't know what is.
That was the perfect response indeed, as right now Jay trying to take this mid lane turret, but will disengage as Venom misses the Shields of Unity. And over there, the heal coming in clutch, Rem. Array there providing the heal for his team, and he was about to go down as well, just making sure he was able to survive thanks to that clutch heal coming in. And Alum with the perfect flicker engages right now. Haruka zoning Asuna away entirely, even committing the falling Star Moon. A little bit of overkill coming in so far, but that just goes to show how thirsty these players are to take that grand finals victory in the Battleknights Project India Season 1, as Alum going in for the Bravest Fighter stance, and Meteor Shower committed as well, but Bloom comes out and Invoker will use the real world manipulation. Also taken quite low, but there's the Dark Knight Falls, but the stun coming in, Jay taken down as the Invoker survives with the slightest bit of HP, as the Apex goes in with the flicker play and gets him. That's a 2-for-1 trade, but really worth it coming in from the side of Kala Jadu.
Absolutely, and that was a beautiful flank there coming in from Apex. Did waste some utility, but is it really a waste? No, you took out the mage. And at times like this, you have to recall or position yourself in a bush or something, right? You can't just assume that you're safe. We have to play it smart here. And I like the responses coming in from both sides. They're finding the pickoffs, they're finding the trades, and they're finding responses. But speaking of finding things here, they're looking for Irithel. She has been found. Radium, though, dealing some damage, but that is a Basha. He's quite tanky. You cannot burst him in the early game. We're seeing both marksmen deal some damage. Down goes Helkert there with the Dark Knight Falls, the Bloom ultimate being wasted, and that's going to be a Florin. It's going to be all she wrote for that match, and that's going to be a 1-0 trade in favor of ABM.
And let's not forget, they even got the mid lane to a tier 3 turret, right? So they do have the map control right now, opening up the jungle of the side of Kala JADU. And right now, seems like ABM are picking up the pace a little bit. Don't want to slack off as they reach the mid-game power spike of most of these heroes that they picked. The Chang'e has a really great mid-game power spike as she gets 1 or 2 items. You see the Lapu Lapu as well. Irithel just needs a little bit more time to scale, but the Hellcurt definitely has that power spike coming in as he's going for the split push in the bot lane, but Vale is there going for the Blazing Duet and making sure Jay goes back soft. As you can see, the mid lane, Haruka and Alim battling it out a little bit. Meanwhile, the top lane, the Meteor Shower being used in the real world manipulation as Venom uses the rolling to get out, but the Primal Wrath is there and the Bloom comes in for the heal. Quite clutch there, as in the mid lane, Jay, Haruka, and Alim having a little bit of a talk themselves, like saying, hello guys, what's up? Because at this point, they can't really burst him down. But speaking of burst, seems like they're going to as Dark Nightfall comes out. The silence is there, but Haruka bopping and weaving his way out of every team fight. And if that's not the way to play Esmeralda, I'm not really sure what is. As Invoker taking down quite low force with the Queen, coming out from the Irithel as she picks up the kill. And that is a 1-for-0 trade. Invoker getting caught off guard and out of position most of the times, and I think Randy should have just given that turret away as this fight is being extended a little more, and Radium might get taken down. He doesn't have the sprint, but the Frost Moon Shield will pick up the kill as this Esmeralda Haruka has been on a killing spree and seems like he is carrying his team way to victory right now.
Absolutely right, and that's one of the benefits of Esmeralda. And speaking of benefits of Esmeralda, we're seeing her continuously zoning out this Lapu Lapu there. He is going to be able to actually, no, he's going to get taken down. That is a mega kill. We did see that flicker being baited out from this mage for the side of ABM here. And man, the pressure coming in from Haruka on this Esmeralda, he's comfortable, he's having fun, and he's doing this thing as this Lord Dance is about to begin here, Kronos.
Yeah, the Lord Dead does begin. The Earth Shatter knocking up Venom right now. The real world manipulation from Invoker is there, but you can see Haruka zoning out Jay a lot. But there is the Bloom with the heal thanks to the Meteor Shower, and Radiant with the heavy crossbow. But Haruka there, and they miss out on the Lord as Jay gets the retribution, but they get a kill in return. As right now Venom is looking to spew it out because he wants more. He's thirsty for these kills, but caught out of position quite deep as Asuna here chunking down an array and has the soul to actually provide the heal. I think that was a little bit of a greedy play coming in from Venom there, wasn't there, Rem?
Absolutely, and this is one of the reasons why I dislike the Florent pick. When you don't have this Bloom active, that's all you have. When he pops down the real world manipulation, right? I mentioned Chang'e with the Meteor Shower, she's just going to focus on her. And we saw that happen for that engage there, right? If they had the Lolita, she can pop the Bulwark Shield, or she could use the Aluminum Blast to make sure that targets stay within the real world manipulation. So Claude can then dive in with the BMI and Blazing Duet combo. But unfortunately, there's too much mobility coming in from the side of ABM for their draft pick to even be as effective, right? We're seeing them have answers for this Claude. We're seeing them have answers for Invoker on the Eve. Nothing is working. They banned out the Hellcurt, the Hanzo, sorry, which is smart. But again, there's still some errors within the draft, and we're really starting to see that bite them in the leg in this match here.
Yeah, cutting off the ankles entirely for the side of Team Kala JADU, who have done a really great game, who have had a really great game so far. But this Florin pick, like you said, coming back to bite them a little bit as they seem to want to go for an engage as Apex is caught off guard out of position, and there's the Tortoise with Poissons coming in. There's the Falling Star Moon on towards Asuna, who uses the movement speed from the Crescent Moon to escape, and there is the Bloom with the Meteor Shower coming in, but Dark Knight falls as they're going in for the wrong target. He misses actually, but Force of the Queen gets a kill, and you can see Bravest Fighter going on. Haruka taking quite a Blazing Duet coming out, and you can see the shutdown is there. Double kill going in towards Radiant right now, who has been quite radiant, Rem, and they might be able to take the game.
Exactly, Radiance and Glowing. Down goes the real manipulation, but unfortunately it's not going to do much. There is just too much mobility coming in from the side of ABM. They're going to be disciplined. They're going to reset and set up for this second neutral objective coming in for that Lord. And it is going to be the first enhanced Lord of the game so far. But I want to take a minute to look at some of the items that has been built in so far. The Claude did secure 3 of his core items, but the damage is just not really being able to be dished out because he doesn't really have a front line, right? We're seeing this Basha trying to front for the team, but at the end of the day, he is their jungle. There needs to be someone that can additionally offer some peel for him as well. Haruka on the Esmeralda is doing a really good job at accomplishing that, but unfortunately, she's just an Esmeralda, right? She needs a team behind her to be able to get that job done. We're already seeing this Aretho. She's actually, I like her itemization here, but a Dark Knight Falls comes in.
And you can see that the Haruka trying to dance his way out of there like the dancing astrologer this Esmeralda is, but not really able to, as we saw a two-man gank coming in. Even the Bloom being expended there, as right now seems like the side of ABM have advantage of the Lord. And if this goes on, Rem, I don't think a team called JADU will be able to have an answer, and they might be actually take the game and the series.
Absolutely right, and it's unfortunate because I felt like they were on the path to achieving something great here, but they're just not able to execute it as well. Like I mentioned, right, this Irito, I like her build pathing, securing that Demon Hunter sword as well as that Malefic War. She's just going to be penetrating through the defenses of the side of JADU, which isn't much like I mentioned before, but in the mid lane,
yeah, you see the Bloom coming on Haruka there, trying to bob and weave his way out, but Vale did get a kill onto Jay there as the Lord marches in the mid lane. The inhibitor is taken down, and mind you, this is the Luminous Lord, everyone, as we see Invoker with the real world manipulation. Bravest Fighter and the Meteor Shower extended right now as the Earth Shatter coming out. Primal Wrath is a Blazing Duet coming out at the moment, but not enough damage because nobody's home as Asuna will get that kill. Oh, it's Radiant who's kind of unstoppable. Like you said, Radiant and Glowing gets a double with all that penetration coming in and possibly a triple, but able to solve that heal coming in, as right now they have all the 4 killed out, and they will be able to take this game in this best of 7 series. And right now it is 3-1 kill score, and ABM look like they're unstoppable and gonna take this victory. And Rem, we said the side of Team JADU had the draft. They needed that engage, but went for this Florin. And right now that really hurt them and cut their ankles off, cut their leg off and bit them in the leg. And they need to have better answers.
absolutely. I feel like their draft was really setting itself up for greatness until they decided to slot that in as their roamer, right? If we look at some of the itemizations that was built in for both sides, we see Haruka. I want to focus on Haruka because they were one of the members for the side of JADU that was actually being able to get stuff done. We saw her cutting the lanes. We even saw her neglecting her lane, but being present for some of those engaged presence be known here. And like I mentioned, if they had a proper roamer, the plays that they were making in that early game in terms of delaying, in terms of the fast cutting, the fast rotations, it would have been way more impactful. But we've seen in every consecutive team fight, once that Bloom goes in, that's when the side of ABM dishes out everything. That's when they go full force. That's when they say, when the game starts, they say all troops deployed, right? Or all minions deployed. That's when they deploy. After that Bloom ultimate goes down, and they have nothing that can stop the forces of ABM here. But if we look at ABM's composition, they had answers. Like I mentioned, I love the Edith pick, the additional damage per second in combination with the Meteor Shower, as well as the heavy crossbow with the Irithel. Instant burst. They also have the damage per second potential with their composition, and they had the Lapu Lapu as well as someone who can actually provide some additional frontlining and sustainability as well with that Edith pick. So I do think in terms of draft, again, it's going to go massively in favor to the side of ABM, and we can see that from the results here.
Yeah, this side of ABM covering all bases in their draft. That's something the side of Team JADU really need to realize and draft out potentially. because Haruka was really doing well on this Esmeralda, right? And if you slotted in that engaged roamer, like you mentioned, Rem, then Haruka would have been even more of a threat, because right now we can see she didn't go for the full tank build that we usually see Esmeralda's going for the Starlium site right now to provide that extra bit of magic power as well. And yes, Invoker had not the best game, but he was there with clutch moments, providing that real world manipulation stun just to make sure that the members are not able to escape. And Radium, I like you mentioned, love his pathing of the itemization, going for that Demon Hunter Sword and Malefic Roar just to make sure you get that penetration up. And it seems like the side of Team Kala Jadu really need to think their gameplay through and through, because they were building up to success, but that last pick really changing the face of the game entirely. I mean, there was the Atlas, there was the Minotaur as well, and they just needed maybe possibly even. Yeah, I'm running out of roamers, Rem. I'm trying to think, but it's there. There are so many. There's even the Hylos that could be picked up. So I'm not really sure. That, I mean, at least you have the glorious pathway to provide a little bit of slow. And if they really wanted to pick some sort of a support roamer that provides the heal, they could have gone for this Matilda as well, that provides the extra mobility and the shield along with the heal. And you have
Even
that
the
single
Rafaela.
yeah, even the Rafaela would have been good at that point for that movement speed boost. But let's be honest, Rafaela not really that great at the moment, but would have been a little better than this Florin at the moment, just to be able to, or they will be able to disengage. But I think Matilda would have been really great as well. But she has been off the meta, but you might want to go deep into your pocket, since right now it's 3-1 in this score for this best of 7 in the grand finals. And if ABM take one more game, they will be able to sweep them. Not sweep, but they get the victory and take the prize of 30,000 diamonds. As Ram, I think we will head into a short break to make sure the players are rested and have reset their mentalities. And at the moment, just stay here. Don't go anywhere, as we will be right back as soon as possible.
Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But something to hold on to, gotta find it first. something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. We were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mind at fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. We were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mind at fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. We were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set our mind at fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here
Welcome everyone to Battleknights Project India Season 1. We're at the grand finals right now, and ABM are one match away from taking that prize of 30,000 diamonds, and Kala Jadu definitely will have an answer, as they've been doing fantastic so far, just not able to pull up the final third, not able to reach that touchdown point and hit that goal. So right now they have to change their mindsets and go for this game, as I am Kronos alongside Rem. And Rem, it has been not really a one-sided story, but ABM are making it like it is.
Absolutely right. They've been slotting in some picks, and they are not followers of the meta, but they seem like they're creators. They're inspirations of the meta with the picks that I've seen them play so far. The Hellcurt, I wasn't expecting that in the jungle position for them, and they pulled it off so well. It was constant 2v1 situations up against this Esmeralda there. So pretty solid things coming in for the side of ABM. So I'm excited to see this game. There's a lot at stake here for JADU, right? If they lose this game, the series, the grand finals winner is going to be crowned to ABM. But this is hopeful if you're on the side of ABM, because if you take this game, you're grand finals champion. So I know they're excited. So I'm excited as well to see how this match is going to go. I'm hoping that we can extend this series a little longer, but man, it's rough. It's very rough. It's going to be hard.
They really need to think something out of pocket, right? Really break the meta, think outside the box even, to make sure that they will be able to take this game for now, as the side of ABM are match point, just one match away from taking that grand prize of 30,000 diamonds. And we want to see this series extended to a 7-game series, because since it's a best of 7, only hoping to see that we will have more action for you viewers out there and for us casters as well. As right now, let's not wait any longer. Let's head straight into the draft. And seems like JADU need to have their game up, need to have their guard up for this one, just to make sure that they will entirely not be getting stomped by ABM, because that has been how it was for these games. JADU have the intent, they have the skill, they know what to do, but it just needs to come down to this final boiling point of that draft, which they gotta pick. Because having that Florin as a healer, not really gonna work out. They gotta put in something, because we know Rem, they're definitely gonna go for that box hill one again, because I think they picked it up like 3 times in this 4 games right now, and it seems like they might go for the 5th unless ABM decides to ban that out.
I mean, banning it out would actually be a really smart idea from them, right? Limiting some of the options of the jungler for the side of JADU there. So I feel like once they can put them in an uncomfortable position, they are going to have an easier time at taking this grand final series. But Kronos, I'm excited. I really want to head into the draft here. These teams are ready, and so am I. Are you ready, Kronos?
Oh, I'm ready. I would say born ready, but at this point, the players should be ready even, because feels like in the previous game, it was getting kind of hot in here, right? Because the intensity was brewing up to that point. Because right now, I think the players are feeling it, and maybe even the fatigue is getting to them, especially ABM, because they've been so proactive with their rotations, with their responses to everything that happens around the map. And it's already gone to 4 games. The 5th game will only take a toll on their mind and the gameplay. At this point, they'll probably just it's just muscle memory as to how they're playing. And right now, I'm not sure as to why, but seems like we're not waiting any longer. We are into the draft finally for this game, which will be match point for the side of ABM, which is on the red side, and JADU need to have some answers to make sure they can pull their socks up and bring it to a 3-2 series, because everybody wants to see that happen. All the viewers around the globe, even, as the side of JADU take out this Valentina.
Absolutely right, and I like it. Very solid ban so far. We've seen it being reflected in the game before. Something that we're seeing from the side of ABM. Again, the Kadita ban. Again, I like that they're going for some of these heroes that can really put up a fight in that early game, because if we've noticed the aggression that the side of ABM goes for, they get that lead within that early to mid game. So I think that them banning out heroes that they know they're not going to be able to have an easy time accomplishing that with. Very smart, very solid, trusting in their team, and they know their limits, right? Phantom, please take this Hellcurt out. I don't want to I mean the Hanzo. I keep
Hanzo, take out the
mixing
Hanzo.
them
There
up.
it
Thank
is.
you.
There it is.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Because we don't want
Thank
to see
you.
the Hanzo being popped up once again. They've been having a wonderful game. Even the previous game was going pretty well just because they didn't have that early game domination coming in from the side of ABM. And ABM banning out this X work, which they faced as a problem in the first game. And right now, Haraka going for this early Lapu Lapu pick. And unlike ABM, they can't really flex it into the jungle that we saw from the side of ABM at one point. Yes, they played. Yes, guys, they played Lapu Lapu in the jungle. So ABM do have deep pockets indeed, but right now it has to come out from the side of Kala JADU. They need to reach deep into their arsenal, pick up something out of the box completely to make sure it works for them, as the Esmeralda is still open to make sure it can counter Haruka, and only time will tell, but they go for this Uranus pick to provide that sustainability and that split push potential that comes in with this hero in the EXP lane, and picking up the Radium's one and only Claude, it seems like, because he has been really consistent with this pick throughout the tournament.
Absolutely, and I like the responses coming in from the side of ABM here. I think locking in the Uranus to go up against Haruka on this Lapu Lapu, very solid matchups. Uranus, though, he does have his sustainability a lot faster, and he also has a damage considering the fact that his first skill stacks up and it deals additional damage with the more stacks that's on there, right? But Ara is going to lock in this Kaja, and I like it. It's an answer for Radium when he does go in for that Blazing Duet. He also poses a lot of pressure for that mid lane matchup that they are going to slot in for the side of ABM. But now they need a mage that's capable of securing pickups or a marksman, like the carry. I love the carry Kaja combination, like I mentioned. In the previous game I casted, the Divine Judgment, Speedy Light Wheels combo, you're pretty much dead. That's burst, instant pick off. I like that combo potential. Apex, though, is going to go ahead and respond with the Kufra pick.
And right now, I'm really liking the first phase of the draft from the side of Team Kala JADU, just because like you mentioned, Rem, that Divine Judgment and the Speedy Light Wheels combo, and Carry and Kaja really are like a two peas in a pod when it comes to that. And finally, Array going for that pick off that they needed in the previous game, and seems like they have responded with that Kufra pick. And finally, ABM realizing that they haven't picked their jungler in the first phase of the draft and betting out this box shit because they don't want to deal with the anti-heal, especially given the fact that they have this Uranus in on their side, and Faramis being taken away from the side of Kala JADU just to remove that extra bit of sustainability that comes in with the Cult Altar, and also that early game damage and poke potential that comes in with the Ghostbusters and the Shadow Stampede. And right now, it seems like they're covering their bases from the side of Team Kala JADU. Only time will tell if they will be able to pull it off entirely, because the previous previous draft, they were able to do everything up until the last part of it. Right now, I don't want to see them screw it up. So hoping that, fingers crossed, that this goes on to the next. They really execute this draft perfectly.
Absolutely. But speaking of things being executed perfectly, I love the bans coming in from the side of ABM. I mentioned banning out some of those comforts, right? We've been seeing Invoker hop on this Eve whenever he gets the opportunity to do so. It's a comfort pick for him. It's banned out now. It's going to send him in a rough position. The Basha pick, also a comfort pick for the side of Kala JADU, which is also banned out. So I do like the drafting coming. Hold on. Is that an Alucard that I'm seeing? Are they going to lock that in, Chrono? Are they that spontaneous with their hero pool here?
Yeah, that's what ABM are known for those deep pockets indeed. The Hanzo, the Lapu Lapu in the jungle, and even this Alucard that can be picked up by Jay. Jay seems like he can play any hero at this given point in the jungle, right? But opting to go for this Martis just to provide that kind of a disengage tool with that Mortal Coil, and finishing them off with this true damage that comes in with a decimation. And now it only goes to show that they want to pick up these heroes that can win them these neutral objectives, but seems like Venom wants to go for this Bane, and I'm not sure that this Lu Yi will be a great pick. Yes, I can agree with the
Where there is light, there are also shadows. Even the strongest of currents fail
Your
to
team
claim
is
me.
picking. Payback time.
Be prone to radium on the quad as well, and she doesn't have as much mobility, so Alim feed Albios can also pose a threat to her in that back line as well. So I do think they're going to struggle a little bit in terms of that regard. And then to finalize the draft, Asuna is going to lock in this Farsa, and that footed airstrike is going to hurt. And they already lost out on that mid lane matchup because Farsa outranges the Luo Yi, but Jazz has been completed, Chronos. We're heading into this game, possibly the final game of the series, so take us in.
Yeah, it could be the possible final game. This Farsa pick really coming in clutch, that feather airstrike. And not only that, also this early rotations and quick rotations that they can provide for the side of ABM. So seems like Kala JADU needs to have an answer. As ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends of all ages, we will be heading into the land of Dawn. That could possibly be the final game as its match point for the side of ABM. And Kala JADU really need to come up with some answers to make sure that they don't get taken aback by this early game pressure that ABM like to provide for in the map. And right now it seems like their drafts are set. And I am favoring the side of ABM only because this Lu Yi was picked up from the side of Team Kala JADU, but you never know. It's not the hero, right? It is the player that actually makes the game. But that early pause being requested, Rem, and I think seems like the side of Team, I forgot which team really requested a pause, but they seem to want to have a little more. Yeah, Kala JADU, they want to team a little more time to actually think what they can, how to execute this plan, or is that just a technical difficulty?
I mean, regardless of whatever it is, it could potentially just be stalling the inevitable. But I want to give them a benefit of the doubt, right? Their win condition is going to be to get Kari out of that lane as fast as possible so she can be present for some of these team fights, right? We've seen before when they were able to get the Kari out, they ran the Kari as well as the Kaja Divine Judgment Speedy Light Wheels combo. I remember specifically harping on that combo when they executed it. So I think if they're able to achieve that in the early game, so she can have the upper edge on Radium on this Claude, they are going to be setting up to potentially extend this series and take us to a next game here. There's a lot of snowball potential within their draft. However, it's not going to be easy just because they lose out in the mid lane matchup. So it's going to be an uphill battle for them. And we're already seeing some aggression coming in here.
Yeah, the aggression is there, but seems like there was a little bit of a technical issue coming in for this game. So this game will be reset, ladies and gentlemen, as don't go anywhere. But right now, I think they might be going with the same draft. We just got to, only time will tell as we will get the message from the management for this one. And if they go with the same draft, like Ram, you mentioned, right, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yes, this Lu Yi is going to have a little more slow rotations compared to the Farsa. But if you get these team fights and you get the ball rolling for their side, this Lu Yi is going to start hurting, especially with the yin-yang combination with the dispersion and rotation. So it will just be too much for them to deal with. But at the moment, it just goes to show, will they be actually able to get that snowball rolling, get that lead ahead for not only this Lu Yi and that, like the carry that you mentioned, you need to get her out of the lane as soon as possible, only because you want to be able to burst them everywhere she goes.
Always on the way. Your team
Absolutely
is
right. So
banned.
it looks like they are going to redo the same drafts that they did there. Thank you, Sandy, for letting us know that. So we're going to breeze through the banning phase. And again, I really,
There's nowhere for the
I'm finding it so hard. It's like a parent watching their child try to go for their goal, but you're seeing them, they have the capabilities of reaching their goal, but you're wondering, why are they making it harder for themselves? Is this the rebel stage where they just want to be able to prove something? But only, like you said before, time will tell. I'm really not confident in the Luo Yi pick going up against Radium on the Claude, the Blazing Duet. He has the mobility, he has a blink. It's hard. And when you want to win a game, you need to be winning in terms of that mid lane as well as our roamer matchups. Because if you guys can synergize and have an easier time getting your job done in terms of these rotations, these ganks, and these pickoffs, then that's going to be an easier time for your gold laner as well as your jungler trying to secure some of these neutral objectives. So I think while it is possible for them to turn this game around, I do think the side of ABM is more functional in terms of their chances of actually executing and taking this game.
I mean, the execution from the side of ABM is just going to be a little more easier compared to what Kala JADU have to provide, right? Yes, they have Kala JADU do have the damage, but their win condition is a little more harder compared to the one that ABM has at the moment, because their draft is just so simple and easy to execute. So if Astra is able to land a perfect feather airstrike along with the blazing duet combination, it's not just something we see in this tournament or in the ranked games. This dates back to Mobile Legends, where the MPOs have been starting out possibly from season 10, 11, season 7, that it goes back not only MPL Philippines, also MPL Indonesia. This is a combination of Farsa and Claude that's been going on for quite a while now, especially when Claude has been in the meta. So having this composition coming in from the side of ABM will prove really devastating for the side of Team Kala JADU. But once again, we'd want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it's just that their draft is a little too hard to execute compared to the side of Team ABM. And right now, we are here, and the draft is set, and we want to make sure that these teams have the fair advantage, and that's why we had a rehost coming in for this game. As right now we are in, everyone is locked and loaded, the drafts are all set. We will be going soon into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for this final possible game from the side of ABM. As of right now, it is match point for their side, and for the side of Kala JADU, they need to be able to take this victory to make sure they can take to the next game of this best of 7 series, as we are here and it's game time.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to dive in. We're going to see these teams actually clash it out. Like I mentioned, it's a lot of stake for the side of Kala JADU here, so they really have to play their cards right and make sure that they execute their draft. Potentially, we're seeing them leeching some of the farm there onto Venom, and the red buff helping him clear his jungle faster, which is going to help in terms of his overall rotation. But if we look here, we're already seeing Apex making his presence be known in the top side, but it might backfire here, Kronos.
Yeah, it might backfire because he is caught between a rock and a hard place. The speedy the spinning light wheel is there, and Apex taken down quite low, but he does have the dispersion rotation coming in. But first blood will be there on towards a Veil here on this carry, and like you said, you want to be able to give him the benefit of the doubt. He has it, but Alim here quite deep into their jungle, and the retribution coming in from Jay, who's able to steal that blue buff away from Venom, which will hinder his scaling, as this Bane needs that scaling potential a little bit to make sure he is online.
Absolutely right, but something else that can hinder his potential of coming online is this Uranus pick here. We saw him send him back to the base, which is going to delay him a lot more. If we look at the levels right now, Jay is going to get his level 4 from that red buff. Meanwhile, Venom is still sitting at level 2, so they already have their snowball potential being set up here. And at this point, I want to see the side of Kala JADU forget this first neutral objective, give it up uncontested. Carry, she's doing a good job in that gold lane. She already has 1 kill on her hand. Help her in that gold lane. Give up the first neutral objectives. She's winning the lane right now. That's where they need to direct their attention if they want to win this game.
really that's what they're doing, because Venom is here in the bot lane trying to reach a level 4 power spike, and instead the Apex, they're providing so much vision for the team, right? He is able to do so much on this Kufra. We would love to see those Tyrant's Revenge and Rage executions, but right now the Turtle uncontested are towards the side of Team ABM as Jay picks it up for free. They want to make this engage in the top lane, but the Claude is so slippery as we see the Tyrant's Revenge and the connecting the Ram.
Absolutely right, but he is going to be able to disengage there. I love the discipline coming in from Asuna, but speaking of things coming in here, Jay again going to deny that, but a Brave Fighter stance going in with that flicker. We do see the Deadly Catch going out as well, but in goes Kufra as well as the Fighter Airstrike to layer those skills. Are they going to find anyone? We do see the Divine Judgment securing that suppression, and the kill is going to go into the hands of Invoker on this Luo Yi, and that is going to be a 1-for-0 trade there.
That was a really good trade. Finally, they needed it. But right now, Venom, I'm not really sure. Well, he's not able to do anything because the team is not there to back him up, only because Apex providing so much vision for them. As Radium and Vale here battling it out in the gold lane, and you can see Haruka getting quite a bit of that gold turret shield in the bot lane, and Venom right now really needs to get his farm up, needs to find these jungle creeps even a little bit. You see him use the Deadly Cat just to secure that gold crab right now, because he is really hungry, needs that gold. They're starving him out.
Absolutely right. But speaking of things here, we are approaching that 5-minute mark, and Radiant already picked up his first core item, and that's courtesy of them securing that first neutral objective. He skipped the boots entirely. He says, we're walking barefoot today as long as I have my damage, right? Which you can't afford to do. He did pick up that Demon Hunter sword, which is going to be some additional damage being dished out. But look at the setups coming in from the side of JADU here. I don't like that they just chose to walk up to the tower. I feel like they should have used the Luo Yi ulti in the bush, but a good Tyrant's Revenge as well as Rage coming in, but a good Divine Judgment to stop him in his tracks, but a response with the Fetid Airstrike and a response to the Fetid Airstrike with the Bravest Fighter stance, and he is going to be able to take a kill in that match. But the Shark Attack has been posted. Luo Yi using that Yin Yang Overturn to get to the back line as well, but we are still seeing the engage here. That is a Uranus. He does have that sustainability at his disposal. He is going to keep chasing for that kill, but he might have bit off way more than he can chew. He's going to be able to dash out again. Another Bravest Fighter stance is going out to try to kill him. Look at how much resources, Chronos, it took just to take that monster down.
That monster was hard to take indeed. The Feather Airstrike even just to make sure they can get a little bit of the turtle. Haruka quite low, canceling that recall. And we wanted to give Invoker the benefit of the doubt with this Louis, and he has that so far. 3-0-3, and meanwhile on the top lane, Apex here, he might get caught out as you see the spinning light wheel. And the speedy light wheel with the Divine Judgment coming in and get the kill. That's what we want to see with this carry Kaja combination. And that's what they did as they get a siege on the bot turret from the side of ABM. Radium making his way around the map as Jay with the Mortal Coil trying to get the disengage as Asuna will be there. And you see the diversion coming in, but there's a two-man and they get a kill on this Farsa, and that is what this Louis can bring to you, the element of surprise, and they caught Asuna off guard there.
Absolutely right. And like I mentioned, they're playing into their win condition, which is helping Carry get out of this lane as fast as possible. We already saw the side of ABM opt in for that lane swap there, but in the bot side, Haruka with some sustainability, that is a 1 versus 3 situation. He was able to cut the waves, but he might be next on top of the cutting board here. We do see the Brave Fighter stance going down, finding that stun, but it's not going to be enough as the decimation is going to be able to take him out and send him up here onto the caster's desk.
He was so close, right, to actually make sure he could have got that trade. He got the stun coming in with the Bravest Fighter stance, wasn't able to get that Raging Slash off. He would have got at least 2 kills on there. And yes, we are up here in the caster's desk, Rem, but unfortunately for the side of JADU, they're in the game and ABM are slowly making their point and this early aggression, but JADU trying to get the response, and they have had this early game phase really well for them so far, but they are making the ganks and their power into the mid phase of the game. And right now, the conceal play coming in, Rem.
Absolutely right, but they're just gonna go ahead and use that to reposition here. I like that the side of Colorado, they're sticking together, they're playing around this carry, and that's what they have to do this game, right? But I'm fearful for the Uranus in the bot side that is alone there. We do see the diversion going in, and he is going to be sandwiched here from the members of Colorado. He did pop that sprint. He's recalling, but I think they can snip him out. No, he's actually going to be able. Why did he stop? This might be bad here, Kronos.
Yeah, quite bad indeed. As right now he's trying to dash his way out as Fee-Fi full thumb. They smell a Uranus on the run as they get that dispersion rotation and they get this Aldous finally take him down. But look how much time he bought for the team. They got the top lane tier 3 turret. They got the mid lane tier 3 turret. And they even got the turtle as right now they're going for the re-engage coming in from the side of ABM. Vale might get caught here. That's the carry that you want to see. And there's the Defamation getting the kill as the Blazing Duet from Radium right on the back line as Invoker is taken up quite low and will survive. However, Haruka flickering out with the Bravest Fighter stand to make sure that they don't get any more and don't lose out any more of these gold that's coming in. But that time that this Uranus bot is so much utility for the side of Team ABM. And that is why it seems like the communication is not entirely clear coming in from the side of Team Kalajadu.
Absolutely right, and I like that the side of ABM they're playing very, very objectively, and objectives win the games. If we look at the kill boards right now, we are seeing it in favor of the side of Colorado. But speaking of Colorado, Bane gonna be taken down, and that's gonna be the jungler down. But in the top side there, Haruka having to use that Bravest Fighter stance, but it's not gonna be enough in that 2v1 situation as Jay finds the kill with the decimation, but a good diversion with the concealed play coming in here. We do see the Divine Judgment landing, but something else that's going to land.
The Martis that did get taken off the entire map with that diversion that came in proactive. This is Louis, as you can see the Tyrant's Revenge going on to Array here from Apex just to make sure they won't be able to get anywhere, just poking him out a little bit, showing that he has been on point with his engages so far. As right now, if you take a look at the itemization, Venom does have the Hunter Strike, went for the early Malefic Roar to provide that penetration as well, just to be able to make sure that they can burst down Alim right now. And if I were him, I would want him to pick up a little bit of a hybrid build because right now they need that frontline presence. But seems like he's going for the endless battle as the Claude has the 2-item power spike, the DHS and the Golden Staff. And speaking of, we can see the diversion coming in once again as Array might get caught and Invoker as well. I'm not really sure what he was thinking, but there's the Yin Yang reaction. But there's the Tyrant's Revenge and the Flicker Rage coming in. Venom caught out quite deep, and Apex and deep in the jungle. Speedy Light Wheels get them this time, and the kill goes up. The Flicker Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash is there, but they're forcing the Flicker out from everyone at this point. So much utility wasted from each and every side as the Lord is up right now. And seems like they got the chase onto Asuna. This flying bird not really able to fly away, caught in the cage of this Lapu Lapu right now. And that sword's really cutting down the throat of that bird. Quite mean things to say, but that's what's been happening in this game so far as a team Tala JADU are bursting down this Lord as soon as possible.
Absolutely right, but I feel like Jay is potentially going to go and look for a contest here, but they're doing a really good job at zoning him out. We do see him using some of that Mortal Coils to kind of disengage here, but I like what Alim is doing on this Uranus. He's buying so much time, he's making them use resources, and then the rest of his team is being able to capitalize because every time they use something on him, I'm 110% sure he's calling that out for his team. But speaking of team here, diversion play in the top side.
Oh, they're trying to catch somebody off guard, right? But they don't know everyone's there in the river. But they get the suppression on towards Alim here, who has used everything. And right now, Feather Airstrike is there, and the communication coming in that everything was used. But there it is, Feather Airstrike getting that carry, and Volker right now getting taken down with the decimation as Array will get caught as well. And you spoke about the communication that coming in, and it was clean indeed. As right now, they're trying to get a siege at this mid lane turret, but going away into this bot lane as the Lord marches in. They don't want to go in, they want to disengage. I'm not really sure why. They could have got something off the map. Seems like they want to defend rather than go and push ahead.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned, we see them having to use three ultimates just to take off the roamer. That's like your whole team trying to chase down an Esmeralda. It's just not the smartest choice, right? The most that they can do is harass you, but you can kind of just ignore them. But speaking of things to not be ignored here, another diversion play.
Yeah, the diversion is there from Invoker. It's been on point so far, but every time they try to catch off this Uranus, the rest of the team is there with the answer because they have so much mobility on their side. The Claude with the BMI, Asuna able to fly around the map, and let's not forget the Mortal Coil coming in from Jay as well, just to provide that extra bit of mobility and that extra bit of sustain with the damage reduction whenever team fights are going on. And the Tyrant's Revenge able to catch them off guard as Haruka able to siege this top tier 2 turret right now. And Venom trying to find something as Asuna trying to sniff them out, knowing that they're around with the diversion, really having the presence of mind, but not catching anyone. Speaking of catching, they're catching somebody off guard indeed as the team fight is extended right now. Oh, but the Yin Yang reaction gets Alim, and seems like they haven't used the Divine Judgment, but there it is right now. The Speedy Light Wheels comes out, and Apex taken down solo, and yes, they get the kill. Thanks to the Yin Yang reaction, as the bot side is being taken as well. Triple kill going in towards Vale right now, as they get the kill on towards Jay as well. And that's a 5-man wipeout coming in, and right now they're going in for the base rem.
Absolutely, and this is the momentum that JADU needed. They played into their gold lane, and now we see Carry there with that Speedy Light Wheels. They're going to go ahead and focus on this tower. The deadly catch did go out, but not only was it deadly, but it was good enough for them to secure this win, and that's going to extend this series. And I know everyone is hyped. This is the momentum this is the moment that we've all been waiting for, right? To see a little bit of fight back, a little bit of bite back, and a little bit of hope coming in for the side of JADU here. If we look at some of the itemizations so far, Invoker opting to go in for a little bit more of that physical magical penetration build, which I think is pretty smart, going up against the Kufra, the Uranus, to go in for some of that instant damage to make sure that she actually is contributing towards some of these Divine Judgment pickoffs as well. Looking at the MVP on this carry here, being able to secure her first 3 core items and then going in for that Wind Talker. I'm pretty sure she picked that up at the end to make sure that she can melt, the base, as it's not carry's typical item. So very solid plays coming in. I was not sure about the Luo Yi pick, and they were able to prove me wrong, right? There was some times that they executed it right, but unfortunately she did lack mobility and she was taken off the board shortly after. However, I got the message, I got the memo, and they were able to execute it. It was worth it, honestly.
I mean, worth it is the right word to say, because not only you, Rem, I doubted this pick of Louis coming in from Invoker from the side of JADU as well. They proved us both wrong, and a lot of viewers who were doubting them as well, taking this game and not going down without a fight, as the series is now 3-2. And we can see that this Uranus pick from Alim was putting in a lot of work, but they were trying to nullify the ability of the split push coming in, thanks to the diversion that came in from this Lu Yi that provided so much mobility that for the team, they were able to basically teleport from one spot of the map to the other. And what else do you need other than teleporting right now? As you can see, you mentioned this Wind Talker just to make sure that they can get the base a little faster. Haruka picking that up as well in this Lapu Lapu. And if you take a look at the damage actually right now, as Haruka was providing so much damage, the highest damage in the entire team. And that's Lapu Lapu we're talking about. Usually it's the one that's providing the meat shield. And speaking of meat shield, they take about 99,000 damage in the entire game. That's come up to 100,000 almost. Just a little bit of shy off there. As you can see, Alim right now picked up so much damage, but his team wasn't really able to respond, because you saw at one point in the game, Asuna really can't go out anywhere, using the Feather Airstrike just to check about 4 bushes at the same time, just to make sure that the side of JADU don't catch them off surprise. It's like a Jack in the Box. They turn and turn and turn, and next thing you know, wham, it's right in your face, and they're so scared of that Lu Yi at that point. We thought this Lu Yi would be underwhelming, but they were so scared of that one particular hero that changed the entire face of the game. So we know that the side of Kala Jaddu have deep pockets. It just comes to show, will they be able to execute it? This Florin wasn't the greatest for them in the previous game, but however, this Louis did work out. But once again, I think it's just a pocket pick. You don't want to pick it again for the next game because ABM will see that coming from a mile away, especially after seeing it in action in this game number 5, since the series is 3-2 now. And Rem, what exactly do Team Kala Jaddu need to do since they have the momentum on their side now? Slowly but surely, they have the momentum. What do you think we will be seeing in this next game, though?
Gold lane wins games. I want to see them prioritize their gold lane a lot more, right? Every time I've watched them play, when they're able to get that upper edge in that early game and get their gold laner out of that stalemate lane, they are really able to play like a team. I feel more of a connection. I feel more synergy coming out from them when they get that job done. And again, as long as they trust their mid lane and their roamer matchup, I trust in them as well. And as long as they can continue rotating, and like I said, gold lane wins games, they have to keep putting some more faith into that gold lane. Sometimes they neglect it. They play a little too passive when they do have the opportunity to, have an upper edge in terms of the engagements or even some of the ganks, right? That's possible. So I feel like as long as they can continue to do that, they're going to be able to potentially get a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, a reverse sweep is what we're looking for. But before we go on a short break, right, Rem, I want to highlight something here. I'm pretty sure you're not you might not know about this, but right now, if you look at the side of ABM, right, Radium, top global Claude player in the Indian subcontinent, Asana, the top global player of this Farsa in the entire world right now, and Apex as well. I think Apex is probably the #1 Kufra in India right now and competing in the top 50 in the global rankings as well. And let's not forget Alim as well. He is in this top 10 in Uranus in the Indian subcontinent, and Jay is one of the top junglers in this country right now. And having Kala Jaddu actually beat ABM and their best picks so far in the series, if that's not a motivator and that's not a confidence boost, I don't know what really is going to be for them. Because right now, if I were Kala Jaddu, I will be so pumped that I will want to take the next game immediately. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back after a short break. And don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we are hyped. I know the players are hyped. The viewers are hyped as well. And we will be back immediately after the short break just to make sure everything is done rightly so that we can bring this gameplay to you of the highest quality. As don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We will be back.
Something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean room, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean room, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I remember the ocean room, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the grand finals of the Battleknights Project India Season 1. And you have been with us so far through thick and thin. We are on day 20, and it all comes down to this match point for the side of ABM. Will Kala Jadu be able to make an epic comeback and even out the score in this best-of-7 series for this grand final, which has the prize of 30,000 diamonds? And this is Kronos, and alongside me is the one and only Soul Sky, will bring you the wonderful analysis for this game, and as I will be breaking it down to you play by play. And so we have seen the games so far. You've even casted for it as well. And right now, what do you think the game plan for the side of Kala Jadu has to be?
Bro, the last match really surprised me with the low E pick coming in from the Invoker. I was just making some research, and I think that Invoker is one of the global low E player, and not to mention this team played very very well, and I think they're improving game by game. Like look at the first game, second game, third game, fourth game, fifth game. Now we are in the sixth game, and it's three for ABM and two for Kala Jadu, and I'm pretty excited to see this match again as it's between ABM on the blue side and Kalajadu on the red side. So Kronos, let me just have your opinion first, and it's a very very honor to cast alongside you, brother. So just I want you to be getting us a little bit insight over that. What you think that whose draft will be superior as they're evolving like in game to game, in game to game, and in game to game.
I mean, the drafts have been evolving, right? The teams have been playing at the highest level right now. We've seen how great they have been so far. And the plan for the side of team Kala Jadu has been to ban out this Hanzo entirely, just to make sure that they don't get stomped in the early game of the phase. And we know ABM will love to have this early game aggression. We've seen all these D-Rot picks come in throughout the entire series and throughout the entire tournament, but hasn't been picked up here yet because usually they have this early game aggression against teams that aren't able to reply to that. But the side of Kala Jadu are no strangers to this early game aggression. They are the best team right now in the tournament alongside ABM. Yes, ABM is the team to beat because they are at the tip top. They are the apex of this entire pyramid. But the side of Team Kala Jadu have the game plan. They pull out the pocket pick with this Louis in the previous game, and maybe and possibly another pocket pick right now in this game as well. So having banned out this Hanzo, take away these comfort picks. I mean, I'm not really sure, right? So you do really want to take away these comfort picks because I mentioned this to Rem in the previous before we went off that there was these picks coming in from the side of ABM that were absolutely fantastic. They're comfort heroes, and right now they gave it to them and won that entire game. So if that's not a confidence booster and that's not a motivator for the entire team, I don't know what really is. As so, we are already in the draft.
Exactly, and yeah, I was guessing, and you can see that Kadita has been, one of the priority ban here, whether it be the first pick of the ABM or the second pick, or either of the team, whoever picks that, have the first pick. So I'm just guessing here that I was say that Hanzo ban coming right away, and for this game, I think the momentum is shifted towards a little bit, and the team guys will have a little bit of room to breathe. But remember, it's match point for ABM Chronos, so they need to a lot focus and doing that low E pick made that ABM confusion a little bit in the previous game, but this game they are ready for that. And as you know how a human brain functions, right? As you get more and more information about something, you get used to it and you use it and process it in your brain and think about much more prediction and this how the pro players do, right? Just predict other games and predict other gameplay and react to that according to your game sense. So that's what ABM is doing in this tournament along with Kala Jadu also, that I'm pretty excited to see how ABM will react now to see just how to counter that Luo pick coming in for the Invoker, but not to mention the Lapu Lapu on the previous game was also on the point of the previous game. So Kala Jadu, I'm pretty impressed that they are evolving, and they even got the Kaja in the previous game, so that also helped. I just love to see Kaja doing the divine judgment on that Claude when he was using Blaze. Do it. So that was on point, and yeah, now the Kaja is banned, now the Fanny is banned, and alongside on the Kala Jadu, that's the Valentina Hanzo, and the last ban is coming from Venom on the Kala Jadu, which is on the red side. Kronos, you are my guest. What do you guess? Which ban will come here?
I mean, we both are here at the caster's desk, up and ready to be able to bring this entire gameplay, exciting gameplay to you guys. And right now we see this Valentina banned out because you don't want to give that first pick Valentina to hinder your entire draft. And finally, if you see at this last ban that's coming in, they ban out this Fredrin as they have throughout the entire series, because we know how the side of ABM like to play around this Fredrin, and they chose to leave this X-Borg out in the open, and Jay immediately picks it up and wants to go for it in the jungle, as Haruka here picks up the Lapu Lapu that provided a lot of sustain in the previous game, along with that frontline presence as well, and the peel for the entire team. So if it's not broken, why fix it, right? Because right now it seems like Kala Jadu really need to have answers. And you spoke something about having the mentality of these pro players, right? So something that everyone likes to see, they reel in these picks from the opponents and really entirely understand the draft composition and ban out these particular heroes. But also, let's not forget the fatigue that comes in after playing all these long games. Every game has been going for at least 15 minutes, especially that first and the second game that went on 20 plus minutes. So these players have been here constantly playing, racking their brains entirely to bring the best gameplay to us. And right now, ABM has been doing that wonderfully and consistently, but they might be running out of stamina. But because the previous game really showed they had the upper hand in the draft, but weren't able to secure it, especially with that element of surprise. So that really did a number on their mentality a little bit. And if I were on the side of Kala Jadu after beating ABM on their comfort picks, I would be really pumped. As right now we're seeing Asuna forced onto a Faramis here. Usually we see Asuna with these range mages, burst type mages. I haven't really seen Asuna on this Faramis so far in the tournament, so I'm not sure if they've cornered him to this particular pick or they've picked it up for the extra bit of sustainability. But Radium has been consistent on every goal lane that he's picked up right now. But choosing not to go for the Claude, instead goes for this Irithel, because the Claude is a bad matchup against Vale. But Invoker, once again, going in for this Lu Yi. I thought that's just a one-time pick, but they want to make sure you can make it happen once again. The side of Kala Jadu, if it's not broken, why fix it? Go for the same draft.
Exactly, exactly. And I was just hoping that why like they are picking why Asuna is not picking the range as you already said. Why Radium is not picking his slot pick, but I guess they now are prepared for counter attack of the Luoi coming in from that Invoker. But you see, brother, that Asuna. I have seen Asuna play for Aramis, and it's like his Cold Alter along with a Flicker, S on the hook coming in. The Aramis is on point. And you have already seen Radium playing Irithel. But nonetheless, don't take that Invoker for granted, as he showed us what he can do in the previous game, what he can do in the last game. So yeah, along with that Vale with the carry. We have seen Vale getting that MVP in the previous match. So you know what, he's gonna cook in this match. And as we are moving in the second banning phase, and the first ban coming in from the Kala Jadu, and the second banning phase is the Mincitar and Maksha getting banned from the Apex, and the third ban coming into the array. It's still yet to come. What do you have to say about it, Kronos?
I mean, the final ban for this game to close out the draft phase for the side of Team Kala Jadu has to be some sort of in the front line of presence, right? And yes, they take that away, that Yu Zhang, to provide that peel in the back line, especially knowing that now Radium has gone for this Irithel, not the Claude. The Claude was a threat to this Lu Yi in the previous game, and having Radium, yes, you have the sprint to go away and disengage and run around and deal that damage with the heavy cross, but all those critical hits will be there. But will you be able to actually deal the damage when you can see somebody there to actually peel for the entire team in this Lapu Lapu? And I was gonna say they need an engage tool coming in, and ABM realizing the same and banning out this Cho. That was a really good pick. That would have been a great pick indeed, but right now they don't have anything, as Venom opts to go for this Martis in the jungle. I mean, I'm not a big fan of this Martis pick, only because it's not so, yes, it's really great in your ranked games, but in the scene of a tournament, especially this grand finals, right? You don't want to see something like a Martis come up, because it's so 50-50. It's not even 50-50. Usually it's like a 70-30, 30% chance you can win. 70% of the times you lose all the time. That's what the stats in the tournament say. In the MPL Philippines, MPL Indonesia, even this Balance Project India Season 1 even, you have 70% of the Martis picks going for a loss. As you can see, Apex right now hovering on this Grok to provide that flicker wild charge that we love to see, and Olive going in for this Esmeralda that will be a threat to this back line as they lock it in. And finally, there has to be this great response coming in from the side of Team Kala Jadu. And Sol, can you think of a roamer apart from Franco? Because I was going to say Franco is the greatest pick right now. And what do you think they can slot in for that roam position?
As you know, by perfect saying that goes for this Franco, a team with a hooker has a potential of winning this game. As you can see, a Franco who can easily target one of the player, and his ultimate can suppress anyone. Like if Alam featuring Arlus tries to go in, and he will just surprise it Alam featuring Arlus, and he will get killed, and he will go for that Franco. And from this Franco pick, Team Kala Jadu draft will be completed, and along with that, Apex and Alam featuring Arlus picking Grok and Esmeralda, and their draft will be completed. So unlike on in terms of drafting phase, who do you think Kronos is has the upper hand here? As you know, as I'm guessing it, you are hovering towards ABM because they do not have Martis, I guess.
I mean, it's not just the Martis, right? So they have the Engage, so they have AoE CC that comes in with this Grok. They have true damage that comes in with this Export. They have the peel potential with this Esmeralda, and they have the mobility from Radium as well. And let's not forget that extra sustainability with the Cult Altar with this Faramis. But however, the side of Kala Jadu are no strangers to the entire draft, because Franco is something that Array likes to play, loves to play even. And at this point, we can say the draft phase is set. As ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading straight into the Land of Dawn for game number 6 in this best of 7 series between ABM and Team Kala Jadu. As right now, it is match point for ABM, but the momentum is on the side of Kala Jadu. Will they be able to make an epic comeback and go for the reverse sweep that we all want to see, or even take it to a game 7? Because we casters here, Soul Sky and Kronos, are excited for this entire game. We will be bringing it to you excitingly, so make sure you enjoy this entire series as you have been, and don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because the battle seems to have only just started.
Exactly. And both the junglers going in for that, standard gold lane rotation. However, Martis is going for a blue buff first. He is just, pretty sure that Grok is gonna come for invasion, and they are thinking that they could fool Apex in going for the blue buff instead of the red buff, because if he goes by his logic mind, then he should go for the blue, as he might think that Martis has started for that gold lane rotation. Yes, I think it might be successful here, Kronos, I guess.
Yeah, but you want to see right now this early game pickoffs coming in from the side of the Team Kala Jadu, because if you don't utilize this Franco in the early game, what really have you picked him for? Because you want these hooks landing. You want to be able to catch somebody off guard. As you can see, the rotation going into the bot lane, Apex and Array saying hi to each other. At the Guardian's Barrier is there. A couple of emotes being exchanged. As in the EXP lane, Alim will have priority thanks to the Frost Moon shield that he can take away from Haruka. As you see him in the jungle, and Venom, will he be denied this jungle pick and this level 4? As in the bot lane, there is the collapse as First Blood goes on towards the side of ABM, taking down Vale right now, realizing their priority as Apex is caught between a rock and a hard place, forced to flicker out. The Shadow Stampede is there from Asuna and Ghostbusters as well. And seems like ABM have realized what the game plan is. They have to make sure to shut down this carry in the early phase of the game.
Exactly. And I would say that a little overextension coming from the Vale there, and that costed him a death. And in the early game, that might be very detrimental towards the Kala Jadu, as they are in a disadvantage here, because they have to remember this is the match point for ABM, and that Guardian's Barrier was on point, and that Xbox was able to kill the carry with the help of that Guardian Barrier without any ultimate. I would like to point that out. So that was good pick off by ABM. But can we see a possible turtle fight here between both the teams here?
But it seems like Kala Jadu don't want to go for the turtle, right? They want to prioritize their gold laner. And Rem said it earlier, guys. Gold lane wins your drafts. There's really diversion coming in towards the bot lane. And right now, Radium might not know about it, but there's the pincer maneuver as the turtle goes on to Jay, as they're trying to force out this early rotation coming in. Radium finally sees them all, but there is no rotation. There is the response coming in from the side of Apex and Asuna there, and they go for the disengage. So I'm not sure what they were trying. The wave clear was a little slow coming in from Vale there, but the idea was there, and they go ahead and take away the jungle creeps from the side of Kala Jadu.
Exactly. That was a point. A little miscommunication coming from Kala Jadu, as they use a diversion to go in that bush, but they forgot to tell carry that's clear the minion base source, or I might see Radiant to see through them clearly, and that has led to the free turtle towards the Kala Jadu, as the Starloom has been created in the middle lane, Kronos.
Yeah, you can see now there. Alim went for the Falling Star Moon in the mid lane, right? Trying to bait out that bloody hunt. But Array realizing that, and you see the diversion coming in. Radium might get caught. Yes, there's the dispersion rotation, but Radium pops the sprint and able to disengage from there. As right now, Apex has the power of nature just to make sure it doesn't get CC'd by any one of them. as we see Invoker has to recall for that engager. If he would have gone with somebody else there, that would have been really great. But Array right now needs to make his presence felt around the map with this hook that he can provide in the Bloody Hunt. That Franco is going to be great. And just when you speak of it, there it is, the Bloody Hunt with the Iron Hook connecting, breaks the Faraga armor right now, and Jay is caught as the decimation should come out anytime. There it is, gets a kill, and in the back line, this Veil gets taken down thanks to Alan fishing all this. Call Alter is there. Venom on Haruka with the flicker, bravest fighter, getting all three of them, and right now they're trying to disengage as the heavy crossbow is there, dispersion rotation, but doesn't catch anyone as Haruka gets taken down, and so does Array. Yes, they got the kill on towards Jay, but the overextension coming in wasn't really needed as ABM had the right response.
Yeah, exactly. That was a good call coming from Asuna. And also, did you see that hook coming in from the Asuna? That was also on point, picking out that Haruka was on point from the Asuna. And I would like to point out that Carry has switched to the lanes with the marksman and with the EXP, and Haruka will go bottle interface Earth right now, and it's almost the 5-minute mark. So I think that's a good call coming in from the Kala Jadoo. But I think Carry needs to buckle up right now, and she needs to get the farm that she needs right now.
Oh, you see a speedy light wheel coming out, and there they get the decimation thanks to Mortal Coil onto Venom. Asuna going in, trying to get the Ghostbuster, but Ashra's Wrath is there, and Shadow Stampede not really connecting as they get quite a bit on that gold shield, and they leaving these neutral objectives open, and Jay is able to pick that up for free. Will that cost them so as they try to get the Iron Hook, and there's the suppression, but the Wild Charge is there, and Apex not able to help his team survive as they get a siege in the bot lane tier 3 turret. Radiant picks it up for himself and for his team as they open up the map a little bit, get these neutral objectives on the board, and I think it's time the side of Kala Jadoo start picking up these neutral objectives, because that's what wins you games, guys, not the kills, as they are down by 2.2k.
Exactly, and the top lane, the Carry is using the speedy light to take down the Alum featuring arrows, and it will be taken down here. But as you have said, Kronos, that neutral objectives are very important in this game. As you need to have a perfect level for your for your teammates and your opponents also, like on par to ball level. Otherwise, it will be very detrimental towards you if you have a lower level against your enemy level. Along with the gold, I will say for the gold also, but it seems gold is not that much of a difference. I think it's almost around 1. Oh, never mind, it's 2k. It might get some difference, but it's not a lot, so they can keep up here.
Oh, you see the diversion coming in. Radium gets caught with the pincer maneuver and Iron Hook. Asuna even expended a call altar, but will get taken down. I think there's the Mortal Coil, but the Wild Charge there connects onto 4 right now as Venom is there in midst of the last insanity, gets popped as they get 2 damages around as Jay, will he go down? But he gets shut down. He will go, Venom will fall, and they try to get that kill onto Jay, but the fire missiles coming in, providing that true damage thanks to the last insanity, able to pick up the kill, and they answer 2 for 1 right now. Slowly, the side of Team Kala Jadoo are starting to fall as ABM are able to make their way around the map and seem to climb this goal lead and extending it slowly but surely.
Exactly, and that's a little overextension coming in from the Jay in the early team fight, and he should have backed off with that double kill that he got, but giving that Jay double kill of that Leo E and the Martyr itself is gonna cost him very, very much. And alongside, I would like to say that Haruka also was extended again, and will get and Haruka gets taken down by the Irithil, but Venom will take care of it and take down the Irithil for Haruka, and that's, I guess, a 7-for-7 ratio of the skill, but the goal lane is still, I think it's around 2k.
Oh, you see the last insanity and the flicker coming out from a carry, this Veil getting caught even. And right now, we can see that they are trying to get the rotation in, and their Venom is not really there in his neutral objectives, but goes for the top tier 3 turret instead, losing out on this turtle once again as Haruka gets a little chunked down by Alim right now, as Array might want to go for the engage, but if he uses the Bloody Hunt onto that target, it will be left open for the rest. As you can see, the turtle goes once again towards the side of ABM.
Exactly. I think these are just following that strategy. Kala Jadoo is going for that diversion, picking off enemy one by one. But this neutral objective, as you have said, brother, is gonna cost them. Is gonna catch them a little bit, because the gold lane is not trying to get down, as it's already 2k, and Mortal Coil has been used to escape that Guardian barrier, and I will the goal lead. So yeah, goal lead is still maintained, and this momentum is slightly going shifted towards the ABM. But if Kala Jadoo senses that, they are gonna have to retaliate and get the objective that they need.
Yeah, finally, you can see they're making their way around the map. Kala Jadu gets the bot tier 3 turret as well. So now you can see the turrets are quite even. As the side of ABM want to get more, they're forcing this tier 2. Will they be able to get the Bravest Fighter just to clear it out? And there's the Raging Slash. Will it come out? Yes, it does. Gets Radium a little bit, but you can see the sprint and the Wild Charge being expended as well. And they get 2 kills over there. They get Venom as well as Haruka. I think Venom fell down in the mid lane as they get the mid tier 1 turret. And that opens the map so much as the Iron Hook lands onto Apex and Array forced to flicker out because he might get taken down. As right now, Vale, if you take a look at the items, he has the power spike of this Corrosion Sight and the Golden Staff. And you can see that this Irithel has the Haas's Claws, the Berserker's Fury, and the Windtalker as well. So both the marksmen have hit their respective power spikes. It's just a matter of time when this carry will land this Demon Hunter sword and be able to dish out all the damage that we want to see as the Iron Hook lands, and there is the Bloody Hunt, but the Wild Charge is connecting, and you can see that all the engages as they clash upon the entire map. As you can see, Radium gets taken down by this Veil as Mortal Coil just to disengage. That is a 1-for-2 trade, but the side of ABM still come out on top.
Exactly. And that was a beautiful hook coming from the Franco, but he just hooked that J and he got his immortality with that, his armor, but he lost Insanity popping off and Vale will taken down again here. And now it's become 3-for-1 trade. Radium gets taken down to that Martis, but getting that Haruka down, Vale down, is very, very detrimental towards the team Kala Jadu as this team fight will goes towards the team ABM, which is on a roll right now and will slightly going towards a dominance phase which we know them for.
Yeah, ABM starting to pick up the pace a little bit, right? The Lord has spawned, but they seem to that they want to get these tier 2 turrets everywhere, and which they have right now. The goal lead is not so much. It's just 3.7 to 3.6K. It's not much that they can't catch up. If they have one good team fight from the side of Team Kala Jadu, they will be able to take this match entirely and turn the tables. But Apex is always there with the Wild Charge when the hook connects. So we can see that they are taking down this Lord. Will they be able to contest as they do have the diversion that can come in? But seems like they don't want to go for it. The Guardian's Barrier catches everyone. Invoker gets caught with the Wild Charge, really in the wrong place at that moment, gets taken down, and this Asuna here will get that. And we can see a double kill onto Alim, who's unstoppable right now. And they get a third as a 3 will fall for nothing right now. That clutch Guardian Barrier really taking Invoker off, separating the team as they seem to go at this mid lane inhibitor, and the passive has been popped so that the turrets will survive for now, but for how long, as the Lord is marching in the top lane and the minions come into the mid as well, and this inhibitor will fall. So as you can see, the Bravest Fighter expended just to clear this lane, just to clear this minion wave out, and right now they need answers as Vale finally comes back online, and we can see Venom comes back as well. So seems like the Lord marching into the top lane. Will they be able to defend? Only time will tell, as Haruka doesn't have the Bravest Fighter, so they can't really engage, as Jay is going in for the back line. Last Insanity's popped, and everyone taken quite low with the true damage. As you can see right now, the Speed Light Wheels is popped. They're trying to get this Lord, but there is the Cold Altar. They're chunking down at the fight, so this collapse is happening. Everyone falls one by one, but so does the Crystal, and Team ABM take this game, take the series, and take the championship of Battleknights Project India Season 1. And my oh my, what a game that was. So
exactly that, that Guardians Barrier just proved that, winning move for the team ABM. I didn't see that coming. That Guardians Barrier just catching Invoker off guard in this game was very beautifully engaged, and along following up with that Wild Charge was a beautiful play coming from the ABM Apex, and his team sensing it, for following all his teammate towards the team Crystal, and just going through, yes, come here, the Lord is up right now, Lord is in the perfect time, Invoker is not there, 3 people of the team Kala Jadu is not there, we still have time, so we will just force it. And the last engage coming in from that ABMJ, did you see that last Insanity with his proper H2 placement, and the knock up coming in from that J, using that last Insanity point, and chunking down the HP of the Martis so low, and obviously Radium focusing on the Crystal and will take down that Crystal, and this game goes towards the team ABM. What a game this was, what a final. This was indeed a passive soul match, if I would say. Am I right, Kronos?
I mean, you can't never be wrong, Soul, because that match was indeed insane. Not just that match, the entire series, even. Because right now, the side of ABM really gave a show for us. And let's not forget Kala Jadu came back so close. Right, they were 4-2 right now in the best of 7 series. Usually, we see teams getting swept by ABM or able to take just one game, but this time they took two, not just one, two games. And let's not forget that game, the second game which they won, which was the fifth game in the series. They actually beat the best picks that ABM had. All these global heroes that they're able to pull out, but still they had the answers. It's just that in this game, it wasn't there. There was a slight bit of micro misplays where Invoker got caught, and that changed the face of the game entirely because they were there. If that play didn't happen from Apex, who was able to maximize the situation, utilize the opportunity for his team, you can call him the ultimate opportunist at that very point. Because if that wild charge did not connect there, they would not have won the game because the game could have been extended a little further. That particular engage really changed the face of the game, and that's why we see players who are at the top of their game, who brought us this really great series, actually had to clutch it out. But unfortunately, only one team can win, and that turned out to be ABM. But really great play and commendable gameplay coming in from the side of Kala Jadu, who cannot be underestimated because they had a fantastic game themselves. So.
Exactly, and I would like to shout out to give both the teams a big shout out as they just provided us with the best of the best of the best gameplay that they can possibly give us. And obviously, this ABM won this match, but Kala Jadu has been, has 2 points. That is a lot in this best of game of 7, as pros have already pointed it out. So yeah, Kala Jadu still has potential to win. I think they will come back again in the next season, and they just take this trophy by a storm. As this they are in the top two of this 216, if I'm not wrong with the numbers. But yeah, it was 216 team, and they are in the top two. That's a lot commendable thing for a team Colorado. But obviously, ABM is the winner of this, and they are on top one on the 216 mark. So congratulations to team ABM and winning this game with a you can say a domination, I guess. But yeah, that was a still good fight back coming in for the Kala Jadu. But yeah, ABM will win this tournament, will win this Battleknights Project India Season 1, and will take home the prize, which is 30k diamonds. And when you look at the data, brother, look at the AVMG, a well-deserved MVP in this match because he has that 78% team fight participation, 34% hero damage, and carry along the side of the team Kala Jadu. She also provided a lot of team fight participation, turret damage, and hero damage. But yeah, and Kronos, do you have to do a little bit shout out for any players for this game?
I mean, if you look at players, I don't really want to single anyone out, right? The entire team all the players from both the teams really played fantastic. They had the game on point. You usually say ABM are the team to beat, and they've been beaten twice. So not just once, but twice indeed. So Kala Jadu had the answer. It's just that they, at that particular point where they were supposed to, it was just unfortunate, not even a bad play. It wasn't really a misplay. It was just unfortunate for their side to get caught in that Guardian's barrier. So maybe Apex got a little bit lucky with that engage as well, because he wasn't really looking to get Invoker out of position in that last team fight. It just happened to happen, and they capitalized on that. So you can say this entire series that happened and this entire tournament, from top 216 teams, these are the top 2 teams, and they have had a fantastic game and a fantastic tournament. For now, we can say that shout out to both the teams, like you said, Soul, and let's not forget to shout out the entire team that have been working on this project since day 1, since we're at day 20 right now. Let's throw it back a little bit, since this tournament is brought to you by Battleknights Esports, powered by Mobile Science, management by Mayura Esports, and streamed by Bat Tanker the Legend. And let's not forget to give a shout out to all the viewers out there who've been watching this tournament since day 1. We have hit a peak of 500 viewers in this game, in this tournament, for this stream, especially on YouTube and Facebook. We've had a couple hundred, and we've been seeing these stuff. We've been seeing all of y'all take part in these giveaways that is going on in Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So continue to keep supporting the community, because we want to build something for the entire subcontinent of India. just to make sure that happens, we need the support of all the viewers out there to make sure that this game can be recognized on not only in certain parts of India, but also nationally and around the globe as well. We want to make our players known, especially these two teams that have made it all the way till the finals and gave us one cracker of a series. Just unfortunate that one team had to win, and that was ABM, who take the prize of 30,000 diamonds. So.
Exactly. And I would like to, as Kronos, you have already said, a big thank you for all the viewers that came into the stream and made this tournament a big success. As from day 1 to day 20, it's a long way, but we are very grateful for all the viewers that has watched us in both the YouTube and the Facebook. And we will be back with the season 2 really soon, and we will be back with better with always improved ability that we can provide you with all these streams, and obviously the better gameplay. So until, I think, Kronos, this will be our time to just say goodbye to our viewers, who has come a long way with us.
Yeah, you guys have come a long way indeed, and don't worry, we will be bringing you more tournaments for the community. Don't forget to join our Discord server from Mayura Esports, as there will be a lot of games hosted, a lot of tournaments coming up soon, and we will have, with your support, a tournament every month at this point. For now, there is nothing more to say. ABM are crowned champions, and if there's anything else apart from that, that seems like there is nothing, because we have what is on paper is done, as ABM are crowned champions. We'll be taking the 30,000 diamonds. I believe they were the champions of the Midsummer Tournament meet as well, missing out on a couple of tournaments here and there, but are able to take this one, which is Battleknights Project India Season 1. And like the name says, ladies and gentlemen, it's only Season 1. We will be back for more action and other tournaments by the side as well. Meanwhile, don't forget to join our Discord server, mentioning it once again, just to see what else we can bring to the table. You can meet up a lot of players for your ranked games as well. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this stream. For now, this is Kronos and Soul Sky, who will be signing off for the rest of Battleknights Project India Season 1. And for one last time, Soul, let's just give a shout out to the entire team for behind the scenes, as the tournament is brought to you by Battleknights Esports, powered by Mobile Saints, management by Mayura Esports, and streamed by Bat Tanker the Legend. As these guys have put in all the effort for them. Shout out to all of you guys as well. And let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If I could put some claps on there, I would. But I am clapping my hands indeed, because this tournament was brought to you guys flawlessly and effortlessly for the entire team, as for you viewers, as they went from 216 teams to top 2. And it's quite hard to bring such a tournament of such a large scale to the audience and make it a success, which this tournament has been. And for now, need I say anything more, Soul, or let's just go off for the night?
Just don't forget to stay hydrated, my friends, and we will be back with the Season 2. Till then, take care of your family, and goodbye, lovely peoples.
Have a great night. And shout out to the other casters as well who casted for this tournament. Can't really tell them by name, but if you want to, let's just mention it out as Jinx. We have Jenny. We have Sky, Linwell. We have Enquiry. We have Ram, Scared who was there as well. And let's not forget Shark, who was one of our new casters. Haru, who put in the work. Blaze did an amazing job as well. Am I missing out anyone else, Soul, apart from these wonderful people who have been casting these games?
How can you forget my favorite, Jinx, brother Jinx?
I already forgot Jinx. I did mention Jinx, but I don't think there are any other casters that I missed out. I think there's Alexa as well, who popped in and casted one single game for you guys. And apart from that, I think there's nothing more. And Zoe as well. Let's not forget Zoe, who has been putting in all the work. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and friends of all ages, this is Kronos and Soul Sky that will be signing off for the night. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back soon for more projects and more tournaments. And for now, stay hydrated, stay healthy, and have a great night.
Good night.
traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy